This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, I'm so glad y'all are here with me this Tuesday. It is Cara and Vero's birthday, so I wanted to play the birthday sloth that Cara got for me song. So this is for you, Cara and Vero. Happy birthday.
She got birthday candles, blow them out. She got birthday candles, blow them out. Everybody at the party start to gather round, puffin', puffin', blow them out. It's your birthday, let's get crazy. Take the day off, they're gonna fire me. Pin the tail on the donkey, chicken chicken with the scale. Jobs off party. She got birthday candles, blow them out. She got birthday candles, blow them out. Everybody at the party start to gather round, puffin', puffin', blow them out.
That one's so funny. I like that one.
He turns in the map. Go
Oh.
follow the track.
Whoa.
He's on the
What is this? Okay. I almost got lost for a minute there. Sorry, y'all. Happy birthday, Cara and Vero. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. It's good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. Karen, Lori, Annabellis, Westside, JDR, Tom is here, Hobby Farmer, Edith, thank you for being here. Glitter, of course, Cara is here. Thank you so much for that. Daisy Dane is here. Southern Cats is here. Thank you for being here. Westside Crime Show. Kate K is here. Crystal Burns is here. Thank you for being here. Shanna is here. Thank you for being here. Jenny Jen, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Miss King of Anything, good to see you, and thank you for being here. Parabola is here. Good to see you. Sydney and C, good to see you. Kelly, good to see you. Monica, good to see you. Kat, good to see you. Smoky Mountain Mermaid, good to see you. Snarky Pants, good to see you. Solistic Glow, good to see you. Anders, good to see you. Westside Crime Show became a new member, but has also been a member for a month. Thank you so much for that, Westside. Westside said, glad to be a part of this awesome fams. I'm glad that you are here with us and a part of our speculation station. I'm going to play the Crazy Train for you because you became a member, even though you've been a member for a month, but we're still going to grab the Crazy Train. Thank you so much, Westside. All right, let me go back down to the bottom. See if I missed anybody. Wow, there's a lot of people in here already. Karen said, good afternoon, allegedly. Love this channel. We love you, and thank you for being a member for 3 months. That is amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Hio, good to see you. Sky Maiden, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruthan, LEB, good to see you. Gorgeous 23, good to see you. Canes and Anna, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann has been a member for 9 months. We got a baby. You got to name the baby. What's the name of our baby? We got a YouTube baby. Roosta is real happy about that. Indie Girl, good to see you. Hannah UK, good to see you. Miss Sarah, good to see you. Okay, if I missed anybody, let me know. We have a lot to discuss today. There's several things that have happened, actually. 3 different cases. There's a lot coming out in the Emmanuel Haro case. Hobby Farmer said smear your DNA all over that like button. Thank you for that, and thank you for reminding me. I had to make new banners. So we're going to start with that one. Okay, I need my pen that I just had. Basil, did you take my pen? Did you take my pen, Basil? There it is. Okay, 11:41. We're going to start with Jayden Spicer. I have a few things on him, including a court TV video. So, there we go. Let's start with an article on Jayden Spicer. There's new information about Jayden. Aw. Happy birthday, y'all. I'm so glad it's y'all's birthday. I hope y'all have the best day ever. All right, the article is titled Mother and Stepfather of Jayden Spicer Indicted by Grand Jury. And it reads, what began as a preliminary hearing on Monday for Felicia Gross turned into an indictment announcement. The Commonwealth Attorney's Office said a grand jury upgraded Felicia Gross's original manslaughter charge to homicide. Gross, the mother of 10-year-old Jayden, is also charged with abuse of a corpse, false reporting, and tampering with physical evidence. Her husband and Jayden's stepfather, Joshua Gross, was also indicted. He is charged with complicity to homicide, complicity to report an incident, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and complicity to tamper with witnesses. Jayden's body was found earlier this month, buried inside of a plastic tote in a wooded area along Canoe Road in Jackson, Kentucky. Investigators said Felicia Gross admitted to moving his body and told police that he died after she gave him sleeping medication. Both Felicia and Joshua Gross are scheduled to be arraigned in Breathitt Circuit Court in September, and I do believe it is September 5th. We did get some screenshots about them, their charges. I'll pull up real quick. So I'm wondering what they found in the autopsy. Remember, we looked up that charge that they had, and it told us that basically, in order to get that charge, you had to give a child medication that's like not over the counter. It had to be some kind of prescription medication. So it wasn't like she gave him Benadryl. This is Felicia's mugshot, and this one in particular is from March 22nd of 2019. I think that might be her new one, but I'm not sure. So we did find that one, and then I've got Joshua. I think I've got two on him. This one's from September 24th of 2011. Oh, it tells us the charges. Expired Kentucky registration plate, registration receipt, failure to produce insurance card, and no operator's license. And that was in Kentucky. Felicia is back on this other page real quick. Oh, it was a containment order. A commitment order? I don't know. I don't think that's current for the current charges. I've got one more on him, and then we've got the charges. This one is in Perry County, Kentucky from May 12th of 2019. This was serving bench warrant for court, DUI, alcohol, drugs, etc., driving, DUI, suspended first offense, I believe, no insurance first offense. He's very young there. I guess he's 41 years old now, but he was 25 then. He's a lot older than Felicia. I believe Felicia's only 33 right now. Okay, and then I have, let me pull it up by the window. That'll show us when their court dates are. And I have Court TV, their actual arraignment. Oh, Lordy, I can't see it. Okay, so this is for Joshua Gross in Breathitt County. Next arraignment is scheduled for September 5th, 2025 at 11 a.m. So we will be looking out for that so I can show it to you guys. And this one is Felicia. The next arraignment is scheduled for September 5th, 2025 at 11 a.m. So we will be looking out for that. And if they have them online, which I really think they will, we will watch it. Good to see all of y'all. Miss Sarah said, hello, all you gorgeous people. I have work, but I wish I could say hey to everyone individually. Say hey to everyone individually. I try to, but I don't all the time. That was very sweet of you, though. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I think, yep, this is the Court TV one. We're going to go over to Court TV. That might not be the correct one. Oh, yeah, we got. Trying to find, I think there was another one on it, which might have the actual indictment. That's the other video. Okay, so we'll watch this one real quick. This is from courttv.com, and it is titled Mother and Stepfather Indicted in Death of 10-year-old Jayden Spicer. Felicia Gross and her husband Josh Gross have been indicted in the death of her son Jayden Spicer. Felicia is charged with homicide, falsely reporting an incident, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse.
And third in Kentucky, Felicia Gross and her husband have been indicted for the death of her 10-year-old son, whose body was found after he had been reported missing. Now, Gross is charged with murder, falsely reporting an incident, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. Jayden's stepfather, Josh Gross, is charged with complicity to murder, among other charges. At her first court appearance last week, Felicia pleaded not guilty to charges of second-degree manslaughter. Well, I'm Michael Ayala. It's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
Tom, I'm going to need you to step away from the homiciders. Saying she looks good in orange. Step away from the people who commit homicides. Fast. Okay, that might be the, I clicked on that one. But it might be the same one. Stop it. Stop it right now. Hold on.
Charged with murder.
So there she is in court. That's the only
reporting an incident.
The only picture I've seen of her actually in court. Hey, Rhonda. Yeah, the car said bad. Tom, no. All right. We can go over here to YouTube where I have some videos. I think I had some on that. Oh, I did. There is one of her, another one of her in court. No, but it's a short one. It's a 2-minute video. And then I'll see if I have any more articles on that. And then we'll get into Emmanuel. There's a lot going on there. I am going to check for the documents. I was looking for the documents this morning, but I didn't find a lot on it yet. Hey, Kim. Good to see you. Hobby Farmer said, thank you, Lori Ann, for answering. What, did I miss your question? I'm sorry if I missed your question. Oh, it is a death penalty state. Yes. I was clicking on another page. I should be able to see y'all's comments now for a minute.
Welcome into WKYT News at 5. I'm Kelsey Soto, filling in for Bill Bryant.
And I'm Amber Philpott. Felicia Gross, the mother charged with killing her son, 10-year-old Jayden Spicer, was back in court today. And while our crews were there to learn more about this tragic case, there was an update that no one expected to receive.
Felicia's manslaughter charge was upgraded to murder, and we learned she was going to be indicted. Then just moments later, we were told Felicia's husband, Joshua Gross, was also being charged in Jayden's death. WKYT's Lissa Williams was there for all of it, and she has those details in our top story at 5.
I went into what many thought was going to be a preliminary hearing for Felicia Gross this morning to learn that this case had already been forwarded to a grand jury and that she, along with her husband, Joshua Gross, were indicted on numerous charges regarding the death of Jayden Spicer.
Could you imagine going to court thinking you're just going for a preliminary hearing and then you find out that you're hit with first-degree homicide and all of the things, which I think they should be. You gave him some type of prescription medication or something that was not over the counter to make him go to sleep, and he died, and you didn't seek medical help. No, instead you coached the 2 younger children on what to say, and you put his body inside of a bin and buried him, and you only had him for a month. Like, I think she got what she deserves as of right now, and we'll have to see what happens as court runs its course. Good to see you, Kimmy C123, in case I didn't say hey, and Ashley, good to see you.
On Tuesday night, I told you that Jayden was now in good hands and that we were going to take care of him. Today is the next phase in that promise.
After several moments of back and forth in the courtroom, Commonwealth's attorney for the 39th District, Miranda King, shared Felicia Gross was now charged with murder. Then she revealed another important piece of this case.
In addition to their action against Felicia Gross, the grand jury also saw fit to return an indictment on Joshua Gross.
Joshua was charged with complicity to murder, complicity to falsely reporting, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and 2 counts of complicity to witness tampering. WKYT was the only camera to get exclusive video of Joshua in custody Monday.
everybody probably had in mind that he was part of it.
Community members like Ronica Neese, Savannah Pratt, and Leona Brader have ties to Jayden's family and have been following this case since the beginning. Now,
I mean, and we talked about how he's more than likely involved. There is no way that she did this without his knowledge. I was surprised it took them this long to arrest him as well. As Scott Maiden said, I just don't get why all these people are hurting their children. I don't either. Parabola said that's a nightmare. Her choices got her where she is today. I agree. Anders. Sydney said, in this horrible case, I find a silver lining. Jayden saved his little sisters from living under these evil parents. That is a good thing, and I hadn't even thought about that. Thank you for pointing that out. It's disturbing. It is.
they hope to see that justice will be fully served.
I feel like this is the perfect representation of like whenever you're a kid and you think that monsters live under your bed, but really they walk amongst you every day and you just never know.
Court officials say both Felicia and Joshua will be arraigned in September. In Breathitt County, Alyssa Williams, WKYT.
Now, it's not clear on why Felicia's charge was changed from murder to murder or what led up to Joshua being charged. Kentucky State Police do tell us that Jayden's autopsy results should be out in the coming weeks, and that's going to give a better idea on what he was given prior to his death, as well as an estimated time of his death.
In sexual acts for special treatment, and this is according to a lot.
That was not the same case. I apologize. I was eating these muscadine grapes that I've waited all year for. I apologize about that. So I was thinking that maybe the autopsy had come back and that's why they're charging more people now with Jayden's homicide, because again, we knew from the beginning that Josh had to help her at least know about it. So I'm wondering if they found something in his homicide that made them feel like they could go ahead with charges on everything, or if they just took it to the grand jury and the grand jury felt like they could indict them and get a good verdict or present a good case. Lord have mercy. I need to get it together this afternoon. Vero, happy birthday. I played the birthday song for you this morning. Hey, Crispy Treat. Crispy Treat said, there's been these kinds of cases going on since the beginning of time, but they've never been publicized. They were always been kept out of the news or the public media. Yeah. I mean, even, Cain and Abel was brothers, but because they both lie, there was no medication involved. If you can verify that there's no medication involved, I would like to see that. I'd like to know if he wasn't given no medication, then what was the medical emergency and how did the homicide occur? To be sure, they didn't just commit a homicide while he was alive. I mean, but I say that, and then we think about all these parents that did and do. I don't know. Okay, this was the last article and little video I had on it. It says second person charged in Kentucky, 10-year-old boy found buried in woods. It's probably going to give me an article. Yep. Hold on just a minute. It says today's poll is religious freedom under attack. You click yes or no and vote for Christian headlines. I'm going to
Second person is now facing charges for the death of an Eastern Kentucky boy. Felicia Gross was indicted for the murder and death of Jayden Spicer. And now the little boy's stepfather is also charged in the case. Joshua Gross was indicted for falsely reporting an incident, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and 2 counts of tampering with a witness. The arrest citation says the boy's mother admitted to giving the 10-year-old some type of sleeping medication, believing it caused a fatal medical emergency. His body was found buried in the woods days after he was reported missing, and Spicer will be laid to rest Thursday.
Okay. I'm jumping over to X so I can check that. But while I do that, stop.
Adobe Acrobat.
No.
AI assistant.
Stop it. Stop it right now. I'm clicking the close
Helps
button
me
and it's playing it. Lord Jesus. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull it up again. Okay. The article reads, Breathitt, Kentucky, a second person. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Oh my goodness, Abellas, thank you for gifting 20 whole memberships. That was amazing of you. New York Boomer, thank you for being here. Good to see you, love. My gracious, Abellas, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. That is a lot. I really appreciate that. Let me see if I can access my live and see who that went to. Okay, those went to gracious. And Angel Chips Delco, Auburn Cat Mom, Salty Mamas, TJ69, Marcia, Fred Field, Tara Bildu, Carolyn B, AE Eligos, Kendra, Yawning Greyhound. Every time I see that, every time I see Yawning Greyhound, I'm like, wait a minute. Zeus the dog, Amber J6. I was saying that because it looks like it says something else. And Buck Led and Winkles. If I missed anybody, I do apologize. If you are here and you are aware Abellis gifted you a membership, please be as kind as to tell Abellis thank you. Thank you so much, Abellis. And I'm going to get the crazy train to pick y'all. I'm going to get the Polar Express to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Abellis. I really appreciate that. Hey, JoJo. Hey, Auburn Cat Mom. Thank you for saying thank you. That was so very sweet of you. Okay, we're going to read this article. Y'all, I just looked on X and I found that baby's casket, and it is adorable. It's sad, but I'm glad that he got the one he got. We're going to look at that in a second. The article reads, Breathitt County, Kentucky. A second person has been charged in the death of an Eastern Kentucky boy. Jayden Spicer, 10, was found buried in the woods in Breathitt County on August 12th, a week after he was reported missing. His mother, Felicia Gross, is charged with second-degree manslaughter. So this must be an old one. Supposed to be second-degree homicide. Says manslaughter. Abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and falsely reporting an incident. Now, Spicer's stepfather, Joshua Gross, is charged in the case as well. Joshua Gross was indicted for falsely reporting an accident, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and 2 counts of tampering with a witness. An arrest citation for Felicia Gross says she admitted to giving Jayden a type of sleeping medication that caused him to have a fatal emergency. Additionally, the arrest slip says Felicia Gross told police she buried his body in a plastic tote in the woods where he was later found. Spicer is said to be laid to rest on Thursday. Now we're going to jump over here. I'm going to change my banner because we're in the wild, wild west of things, and I don't know if this is true or not. Look. Oh my gosh. Look at his casket. I mean, it's a sad situation, but like I really that is a beautiful casket for him because he loved Spider-Man so much. I'd like to know what she gave him too, Kelly. Isn't it cute? And it even says Jaded. It says Marvel's Spider-Man, and it says Jayden. It says justice is coming. Jayden Spicer's mom, Felicia Gross, is now charged with homicide, and his stepfather, Joshua Gross, has now been arrested and charged as an accomplice. Recall, once Jayden was deceased, they abused his corpse. Jayden will be buried on Thursday. He loved Spider-Man. Jayden is finally safe from abuse, and hopefully his abusers receive the most stiff of punishments allowed if they are convicted. I know. Hey, Carolina. I think it's pretty cool too, JoJo. All right. And then there he is. Poor baby. Poor baby. I wanted to see if they had their indictment. There's Joshua arriving at jail. There she is. She looks like she's aged like 10 years since we last saw her. Oh, I know. It is sweet. I mean, it does remind me of Quentin, not it is sweet. I'm sorry, I was reading a different comment. Anders said, but why don't they call 911 instead of putting his body under that tarp if they accidentally gave him too much sleeping medication? So they put his body in like a storage bin. And that's the question. Like, why didn't they just call 911? Well, because it has to mean something more nefarious was going on. The only reason you wouldn't call 911 when something happens is because you're guilty of something, in my opinion. I think she's 33 and he's 41. Don't they just look so pretty? Right there together, forever in hell. Oh, this shows the scene real quick. Hold on. It does look like it's that cornfield the McCoys were looking at. Oh. So it was that cornfield that we saw. All right, I think that's about all that we have. They don't have the documents out yet. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This was August 14th. I think she just got hit with new charges. I think this is the old one that we already saw. Yeah, that's the old one we already saw. Somebody did get the preliminary hearing, false report and indict incident to law enforcement, manslaughter, second degree, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and 2 tampering with a witness charge. Oh, yeah, those are all old. Okay. All right, hey, love to love. Let's switch over to Emmanuel now. I could have think of my 11-year-old alone out there at night. I know it's hard, right? Like you can't. I couldn't fathom. All right, so we've got some more information on Emmanuel. Hey, love to love. Oh, Carolina said, happy birthday. May your special day be filled with lots of happiness, love, peace, and prosperity. And she says, love you both. Oh. JDR said, I think that happened to Sebastian, OD'd by mother given. I hope not. Lord knows I hope not. I'm so tired of these incompetent, evil parents. I agree. With Sebastian, I really think he walked away. I do. I think that he mistakenly thought that he was going to play or something to that effect. I really don't think the parents are involved, but that's just me. I've got 2 news clips we can watch real quick on this before we get into the details. Hey, Sharon Clark, there's quite a few things that have come out. They are now the main targets of this investigation as far as the location of Emmanuel. And the police released that. I do need to give you guys a bit of like a notice. Yesterday, I was talking about digging in the backyard, and I have since found out that there was no digging in the backyard. So I did want to correct that. It's never my intention to give out false information. I was misinformed, so I apologize about that. We can go ahead and read this article, then we'll go to the news clips. This article talks about how they are now the main target of the investigation. Okay, so it says parents of missing 7-month-old reportedly target of investigation. The parents of a 7-month-old boy who claimed the child was kidnapped last week are now reportedly the focus of the missing persons investigation, in which unsettling new details continue to emerge. All right, we have this video.
A 7-month-old boy in a disappearance that has captured national attention.
The child's parents say he was abducted 4 days ago, but investigators report that parts of their story just don't add up. KTLA's Sarah Welch is live in San Bernardino with the latest updates. Sarah?
Sharon, Mecca, good evening. Investigators aren't taking any questions about those inconsistencies, but they did say that they have scoured the areas of Yucaipa and Cabazon looking for any evidence of this baby boy and his whereabouts, and that they've also collected large amounts of surveillance video and are currently reviewing it, piecing this all together ever since the baby's mother claims that her little Emmanuel was kidnapped 4 days ago. The couple went public with their plea for help, but now their phone numbers on the flyer for their missing baby are disconnected, and Jake and Rebecca Haro have reportedly lawyered up.
Their phone numbers that they put on the flyer are disconnected, and they lawyered up, which we knew they had lawyered up. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about shaken baby syndrome or some kind of neurological disorder he could have had. And I'm going to say again, like I said yesterday, I don't know that it necessarily correlates with the fact that he's missing. So far, what has been put out by sources I can verify is only that he's cross-eyed. Now, it has been pointed out that they might have looked down on him or not wanted a baby because of medical issues that could be a lifetime, and I get that. I just don't want to put anything on him that I don't necessarily know is wrong with him until we can verify it, you know what I mean? So I'm going to stick with right now that he just is cross-eyed, because I don't think that's going to get us to the end of this case where the parents are arrested. Like, whether he has medical conditions or not, I don't think will necessarily lead to finding his body and the parents being arrested, if that makes any sense. That's true, Karen. They said happy baby, but no pictures of him smiling or laughing. And every time she talks about him, she says he was a baby happy. A happy baby. I'm going to get it together in a minute. I got to take my turkey tail. In their missing kid post, there are now numbers disconnected. This is infuriating. Right. I watched Scott Roush before you did, and it was so interesting. I believe more than now the mother did something. Really? Yeah, I don't think we'll know more about it until like trial or anything like that. And so I'm going to choose to leave it be right now and just say he's cross-eyed, because that's the only thing I can verify.
There's a lot of things that we're reading that just don't add up.
The locals who don't know the couple are zeroed in on the search for the 7-month-old that is garnering national attention.
What is happening in the city, what is happening to this family.
Sunday night, people worried for baby Emmanuel held a vigil for him in the Big 5 parking lot in Yucaipa, where his mother claims her baby was kidnapped last Thursday evening. She says she was at this nearby park and ran to Big 5 to buy a mouthguard for her stepson. And as she was about to change the baby's diaper, a stranger knocked her out and kidnapped the baby. But investigators say there are holes in her story and they cannot rule out foul play. This afternoon, deputies walked the couple's property in Cabazon, and over the weekend, investigators were seen there, and the baby's grandmother says cadaver dogs also searched the home.
They're not going to hurt that baby. That couple were just homebodies.
The grandma.
Now, I do have a video that I screen recorded of her speaking, and Rebecca's ex has spoken as well. I didn't even know that she had an ex, like an ex-baby daddy or something to that effect. I didn't know she had other children. I knew he did because, again, they referenced stepson in that clip just now, but I didn't know that she did. So I'm interested to see what he has to say. Dainty Dane said, I think if he was special needs, the police would use that as a bargaining chip in the beginning. Maybe. I don't know. Again, I can't, that's also true. A lot of the conditions that everybody talks about wouldn't be diagnosed until he was at least a year old either. Anyway, but again, I'm going to step away from that and kind of back out, because all I've heard is that he's cross-eyed so far. Hey, Scratch, good to see you. What is wrong with her eyebrows? Well, some people draw them on or have them tattooed. That's probably what you saw.
Mother says Emmanuel is her daughter's pride and joy, but we've learned that history of child abuse and a felony child cruelty conviction from a previous relationship. The couple's 2-year-old has been removed from the home as a result of this case as the search goes on to find the baby boy.
I'm a father and I'm a grandfather, and the thing that bothers me about it is the inconsistencies in the story. I would be inconsolable if something happened to one of my kids.
Now, we did ask the grandmother if anyone saw baby Emmanuel at the park last Thursday. She told us that the baby's mother would never take him out of the car because he didn't have his vaccinations. The grandmother also told us that her daughter was asked to take a lie detector test, but her husband said no until they had a lawyer.
Okay. What? Excuse me?
Mother, if anyone saw. Now, we did ask the grandmother if anyone saw baby Emmanuel at the park last Thursday. She told us that the baby's mother would never take him out of the car because he did.
Oh my God. Okay. So now the grandmother is either covering for it. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Hey, Kimmy. We're not taking the baby out of the car because he doesn't have any vaccinations. Like, most, okay, look. Y'all know I'm a proponent for a lot of things, okay? And I'm not a big proponent of vaccinations. I've told y'all, I would love to be off grid. We homeschool, all of that things, all of the things. Think what you will of me. I really don't care. But we're not big into vaccinations either, okay? But my kids are constantly outside. Because when they're outside, if they do get sick, they're going to build up an immunity to these things. So I don't understand that. Like, even if he got sick, he would build an immunity. Like, that makes me question, well, that day, obviously, because he probably wasn't even there. Somebody asked when she got the black eye. Allegedly, it was August 3rd. If she never took the baby out of the car around people, that makes me question, was she embarrassed? But that day specifically, it would have been because he probably was not there. He was probably already deceased, unfortunately, on the day she allegedly said that somebody punched her and he went missing. But, I mean, I don't, that doesn't, she said, the grandmother said never takes him out of the car. I'm not believing it has to do with vaccinations. Right. Kylee is hot. Leave him in the car. You could leave the air conditioning running. While you're sitting in the car, and like maybe if the baby was already sick or something. But I mean, to me, if I had a sick baby, I would stay at home with the sick baby and send my husband off to the football practice with the kids or whatever. Like, I don't like that at all. No vaccinations means he's not had regular health checks either. Well, I mean, hopefully he has. There's a probability that he might not have, but hopefully he's getting regular health checks even if he's not gotten all of his vaccinations. Yeah, I agree, Scratch. That's a real stupid thing. Not taking him out to the park, but you are taking him to the store. Oh yeah, good point, Miss King of Anything. Like, he's not got any vaccinations, and that's your excuse for not getting him out of the car, but you're taking him to the store where there's hella more germs. Like, what? Me too, Vero. Kelly said, I believe these two are lying for sure. However, has she ever really claimed that the black eye was from the day at Big Five? I got to thinking about it. I don't think she mentioned her black eye ever. Actually, she hasn't mentioned, she said, I don't know. I think she might have mentioned that she got the black eye from that, but she said that the guy tapped her, said, hola. She turned around and then she saw white and then went unconscious and woke up and the baby was gone. Okay, I scrolled down because I was like way far up. Are we all assuming the black eye was meant to appear to be from that day? We're going to look into that. The Big Five thing was a whole ruse. Not always. Where I live, you see a doctor at the doctor's office, and big old Baptist Health here doesn't store vaccinations, so you have to make an appointment special at the Human Service Office for shots. Not the same. Well, I would think in San Bernardino, California, that wouldn't be an area. That's a pretty well-populated area, I think. Hey, Dolly, good to see you. She did say she got the black eye. I think she did. We're going to look at it, though. Hey, Teresa. California child cruelty law that the dad is convicted of. Any person who willfully inflicts upon a child any cruel or inhumane corporal punishment or an injury resulting in a traumatic condition. Yeah. We know it's older. Yeah, it was not fresh, but we'll look and see. We'll go back to her original statement in just a minute. I can't believe the grandmother said that she never took him out of the car claiming vaccinations. But y'all, I mean, has she never ever taken him out of the car at the park? Because that would mean that she's making up that excuse, in my opinion. And why would you never take him out of the car? Like, you don't want people to see the baby? Like, that day, obviously he wasn't there, in my opinion, but every other time? All right, the article reads, the parents of a 7-month-old boy who claimed the child was kidnapped last week are now reportedly the focus of the missing persons investigation, in which unsettling new details continue to emerge. Rebecca Haro initially claimed that her little boy, Emmanuel Haro, was kidnapped from the parking lot of the Big Five sporting goods store on August 14th in Yucaipa after a stranger, who she claims she didn't see, knocked her unconscious while she was changing the baby in the car, leaving her with a black eye. So this article says that she claims that he left her with a black eye, but we will still check it. I do too. I really do, Dainty. Hey, Abraham. I ain't seen you in a minute. Good to see you, love. Abraham said, and where was she changing the diaper? On the sidewalk? If she's attacked from behind, she would have fallen into the car, not the ground, like she said. Good point, Abraham. Yeah, I would think that, yeah, if you got the baby in the car and then you turn around, yeah, you would have fallen and probably hit the vehicle or something. Now, if you turn to the side, maybe you hit the ground, but yeah, the ground in the parking lot, but she chose to describe it as a floor as if it happened inside of a building. And I think because it did, I think it happened in that bathroom where they allegedly, possibly found blood. That's rumored, not verified. Hey, Rachel, I call bullshit. They know what really happened. And why were they not given baby vaccinations, but give the 2-year-old vaccinations? It doesn't make sense. If she did have vaccinations, yeah. How did no one else see this either? That's what I don't get. It's back to school season and no one else was there? Right. That was a good point, Abraham. What I mean is the black eye may not be a part of the story at all, and we just saw the eye and are speculating, myself included, maybe. Maybe there's a picture of him on the park. Some of the pictures there is a picture of him laying out on the grass at what appears to be a park. So, like, she never took him out. Hey, Dandy, Lioness. But yet there's a picture of him laying in the grass, but Grandma says she never takes him out of the car. Continuing with the article, an Amber Alert was never issued because there was no suspect or vehicle descriptions. Deputies from both the San Bernardino and Riverside County Sheriff's Department launched an extensive search, deploying helicopters and canine units, though ultimately neither the child nor a suspect were located. Quote, there's a lot of things that we're reading that just don't add up, unquote. Cabazon resident Mary Espinoza, who's been following the story closely, told KTLA. Detectives with San Bernardino Sheriff's Department Specialized Investigations Division interviewed multiple people, including Rebecca and her husband, Jake Haro. When confronted with inconsistencies in her story, investigators said she declined to continue talking. When authorities asked her to take a lie detector test, her husband reportedly refused the request until a lawyer was present. While investigators are being tight-lipped about the investigation, the child's grandmother, who insists the parents are innocent, told KTLA that deputies have searched the couple's Cabazon residence with cadaver dogs, and it was later learned that officials removed the Harrell's 2-year-old child from their custody while the investigation was pending. Here's the pictures. Or some pictures. Maybe it'll show that one I was talking about. So there's baby Emmanuel. It says Emmanuel Haro, a missing 7-month-old baby from Yucaipa, is seen in an image provided by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. San Bernardino County Sheriff's investigators seen on the Haro's Cabazon property on August 18th. A small altar outside the Big Five sporting goods store where Emmanuel was allegedly kidnapped on August 14th, 2025. I don't know if we should call that an altar now. Maybe we should call it like a memorial. San Bernardino County Sheriff's investigators seen inside the Harris Cabazon home on August 17th of 2025. The Haro's residence and property seen from Sky 5 on August 18th. So that property is different than the other house, like y'all were telling me yesterday. That's definitely very different from the other house that we had pictures of on X. So it goes to show, the house where the barrels were that we were looking at yesterday. I can actually pull it up. It was an older picture, even if it was their property. That's why I always try to put up disclaimers about X or Facebook when I get on there, because obviously I can't verify the information. But when we go to, okay, why is it not pulling it up? We read all this yesterday. Yeah, when we go here, it shows this house and it says 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro remains missing. And we were talking about the barrels in the backyard. Maybe this was an older property, but again, I got that off Facebook or X. And when we go back to the article, it shows from a verified news source that this is their property. And it doesn't look the same to me. Oh, there's still two more. 7th Street Park, where the Haro family was allegedly gathered with their children on the day Emmanuel was reportedly kidnapped at a nearby sporting goods store on August 14th of 2025. And Jake and Rebecca Haro at a press availability where they pleaded for their son's safe return from KTLA, where he's wearing a damn hoodie in 95-degree damn weather. Yes, it's Caro and Vero's birthday. Not root beer barrels, no. A kidnapper with manners. Abellis, my lovely Abellis, said, Abraham, exactly. To me, she was attacking a certain group of people by lying about someone saying hola, and that's despicable. It's very possible. I hope not. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, good to see you. I wear hoodies in the heat to protect from sun, and it's common in Arizona. Thank you, Ryan Apple Snapple, and it's nice to meet you. So maybe that's why he was wearing a hoodie. That makes sense. I mean, I wore hoodies in the summertime when I was like a teenager, but as a grown adult, I probably wouldn't. And the baby was wearing a onesie at night. Yeah, a Nike onesie. That was black in color. Can Stephen still get his stupid root beer barrels in prison? I don't know. I hope not. It is sad, Rachel. All right, let's get back to the article. He could be hiding tattoo. I think he's hiding something else, honestly. Dolly, but it's possible. Okay, it continues. There have since been new revelations, including possible video of Rebecca with a bruised and black eye as early as August 3rd. A claim that no one saw Emmanuel at the nearby park where the family gathered the day of the alleged kidnapping, and Jake Haro's felony conviction for willful child cruelty. The conviction stems from a 2018 arrest in Hemet while Jake was married to another woman, Vanessa Avina, the Orange County reported. Let me write that name down to see if we can find the charge. I don't know if we could find it with the victim's name, because when we looked at those documents yesterday, they listed her as a Jane Doe. And of course, the child would be underage, so it wouldn't be listed. On October 13th of 2018, Haro and here we go. Here we motherfucking go. Here it is. What happened to the baby? What the charge is from? Stephanie Fox, good to see you. Just speculating, but here's my opinion. I think she's a DV victim, and her behavior while she was interviewing without him is her being scared and looking at him to make sure he's saying the right things. I looked at a video yesterday from Matthew Thibodeau where he said that she was like disgusted with him, but it looked to me like she was looking at him for approval. I think that she is abused, and I think my speculation is that on August 2nd or 3rd, because that's when they're saying she got the black eye, that something happened in that bathroom, because there is allegedly rumors that there was blood found on the floor in the bathroom. I think maybe they were having a fight. She grabbed the baby, ran to the bathroom, shut the door. He comes in. He punched her in the face, and then she dropped the baby, or something happened to the baby. She got mad at him. He got mad back, and she runs to the bathroom, shuts the door. He comes in and punches her in the face. Lane said the bruise definitely wasn't fresh, and we just had a news source report that it could have been there as early as August 3rd. Stephanie, real quick, said he's holding the baby during that interview as collateral against her not to mess up. Also speculation. Possibly. Chloe said she didn't see the person, only heard hola. Wouldn't she have had to be facing the person to get the shiner? I think so. I agree with that. The dad hit her. I think so. Anders said the father seems to be a horrible man. And lastly, before we find out what happened, JDR said it seems that they are learning from each other, in my opinion. The Ramseys and McCains literally wrote books on how to do it and get away with it. They have, allegedly, but I don't think that these two parents are reading any books on things like that. And I'm just being honest here. I don't know that they're necessarily the brightest tools. I mean, the brightest bulbs in the house, sharpest, brightest crowns in the box, Lord of mercy, sharpest tools in the shed, etc., etc. All right. So again, the conviction stems from a 2018 arrest in Hemet while Jake was married to another woman, Vanessa and Avina, the Orange County Register reported. On October 13th of 2018, Haro and Avina's 10-week-old daughter was admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital. Doctors reported to police that the little girl had an, quote, acute, unquote, fractured rib, 6 ribs with healing fractures, a skull fracture, brain hemorrhaging, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. Oh my God. Y'all, this child, this 10-week-old baby was sitting there with 6 ribs that had been fractured and were in the healing process, and a fractured leg bone that was in the healing process. And so he had been doing something beforehand. And then when he loses his shit again, she got an acute fractured rib, a skull fracture, a brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. Y'all, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. 10-week-old baby. Y'all. It continues, quote, the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant, a 10-week-old freaking baby, in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries, is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect. The officer wrote in an affidavit for a warrant obtained by the register. Haro reportedly blamed the baby's injuries on his wife. Both were arrested and pleaded guilty to the charge in 2023. As the search for Emmanuel continues, investigators are now saying that they have not ruled out foul play and were again seen on the Haro's Cabazon property on Monday. I cannot believe this. A 10-week-old little baby girl. Like, she had a brain hemorrhage, a skull fracture, swelling of the neck. Yeah, she's never going to be the same. She's never going to be the same. Hey, Commander Alpha Turkey. Yeah, why was he allowed to be background children or produce them anymore? And I mean, again, and y'all talked about nutritional neglect yesterday. I mean, if we're going to go with something was wrong, like y'all were talking about earlier, which I try to stem away from, like y'all said that he looked different in earlier photos. He looked a little bit more healthy and happy. And then in later photos, he looks a little bit not so healthy and happy. Is he getting mad at these babies because they're crying or something to that effect? I mean, a 10-week-old fucking baby. How do you, my God, a 10-week-old baby? That's a, what, 2.5-month-old baby? How do you look at a 2.5-month-old baby and what do all of this? Acute fractured ribs, 6 ribs with healing fractures. So, I mean, before 2.5 months old, the baby had been hurt. A skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and fractured leg bone that was healing. Jesus Christ. How do you, like, the only thing the baby does is cry. And did he do that to Emmanuel? Oh my God. It is insane, Crystal. Hey, Joyce. Seems like it took 5 years before he was convicted and put on work release program. Right, and then he doesn't even do prison time. They skip the prison time, go to the work release program, 48 months of probation and some fines, and a child batters class for this type of fucking negligence. And nutritional neglect. So you're not even feeding the baby. Of course the baby's crying. The baby's hungry. Sky Maiden said, what in the heck could his 10-week-old baby do to warrant him to do such horrible, disgusting, unbelievable acts against a baby? I don't know. I don't know, but he should not have been around any other child ever. It's impossible to imagine the pain that little girl was in. I know. And then to have a brain hemorrhage and a fractured skull on top of that. I heard the other kids went to the ex-wife and the 2-year-old was taken to CPS. How are you on probation for this and think it's okay to have another go? Good question, Cuban. Abellis said this freak is disgusting. He should be under the jail, not committing homicide of more babies. And I agree. These kids were new kids from this guy with a different partner. CPS wasn't aware of these kids or his involvement. Yeah, I agree with that, but like, I don't know. I would hope that somebody would keep tabs on them, but with the workload and, government facilities, it would be a lot to ask them to keep tabs on these people. But I mean, I don't understand. I can't fathom hurting a freaking 2.5-month-old who was hurt beforehand because the baby had fractured ribs and a fractured leg bone that was in the healing process. But good to see you. This should be on the conscience of those who gave the okay to let him out and not prosecute. Failed again. I agree. Angelina, good to see you. Said the grandma interviewed and said the baby was not vaccinated. I bet to avoid doctors. Maybe. It's a possible speculation. Oh, yeah, he's on probation. So they should have been checking in. They would have known that he was around more children. How are you on probation checking in and they're not aware that you have more children? Why was the 2-year-old taken? Does she got freaking fractures that are in stages of healing? My God. Right, Kimmy C? Vero said so many sickos in the free world being evil. Y'all, I can't. Joyce, I don't know if I said hey to you, love. Good to see you. My God. Ocean Kitty, good to see you. Once an abuser, always one, in my opinion. That's why Emmanuel looks like he does in the pictures. I mean, that's what I try to keep, not go there. But reading this, I don't know, man. How could we not question it? When his previous charge was, again, doctors reported to police that the little girl who was 10 weeks out the womb had an acute fractured rib, 6 ribs with healing fractures, a skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. The combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant, in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries, basically she wasn't in a car wreck or anything like that, is indicative, I apologize, is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect. The officer wrote in an affidavit for a warrant obtained by the register. Haro reportedly blamed the baby's injuries on his wife. Both were arrested and pleaded guilty to the charge in 2023. And how do you get these women to go along with this shit? I'm sorry, but if you go to her again, I saw a video the other day talking about women of the South. We'll have to look at it in a minute. I think it's women everywhere, honestly. But if I see you going to put your hands on a freaking baby, I'm going to stop you. That baby, those babies, my baby, his baby, her baby, the baby over there, the baby up the street, the baby across the road. I don't give a shit. I'm going to stop you. How is he getting these women, these mothers, to go along with this and let it happen? And with Emmanuel missing and something allegedly happening to him, he's gotten another woman to go along with it. Why are these women letting him do this to their babies? What kind of damn mind control has he got over them? Drugs? I'm sorry. I have told y'all I've abused drugs once in my life, and even then I would never hurt a fly. Like, so don't tell me it was fucking drugs. Something else. I mean, if he's abusing a fucking 10-week-old, he's abusing the women too, but no, the moment you go to touch my child is the moment I leave in the middle of the night if I have to. I'm pissed that they keep letting him out too. Why was he only on probation? Lane said the mothers likely weren't aware of the abuse. Do we? Maybe. It's possible. It's possible he only did it like when he was taking care of them. But if we're going to say Emmanuel's cross-eyed or whatever come from shaken baby syndrome or something he did, that's obvious. Like, if it did come from that and he wasn't born that way, then she would have known. I mean, you can see that's a physical thing. It's not going to be something that could be not as physically seen, like the 6 ribs with healing and the leg bone that was healing, because by the time with the 10-month-old little girl, 10-week-old little girl, by the time the skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, and swelling of the neck happened, they took the baby to the hospital. But there's also nutritional neglect. How does the baby have nutritional neglect? Are you not feeding it? Maybe alcohol? What are you saying? Said no excuse, period, end of story. I agree. Joyce says, sorry to say it's easy for moms to be manipulated by threats and coercion. If you're in an abusive relationship, yeah, but to what extent? There is no way in hell. Hell would freeze over and they'd start selling ice water before some shit like that would happen in my house. I don't give a shit. Me and you gonna fight. I don't care. You gonna beat my ass while I walk out that damn door with the baby. You can beat my damn ass all the way to my damn vehicle. I'm getting the fuck out. JDR said, because he abuses the women and they are scared of him. He convinces him that he will off them if they tell it's possible. Sharon said he's just an evil monster. No excuse. Anders agrees. Yeah, I would think a child being malnourished, the mother knows. Tom said, I guarantee her black eye came from her husband. She's fully aware of how abusive he is. Angelina said there is a pic of Emmanuel at like a few months old and eyes are completely normal. This extreme does not happen in a couple of months. I'm going to look for that picture. Because if there is a picture out there and his eyes were completely normal, and then now we're seeing him cross-eyed, well, I mean, if she wasn't taking him to the doctors, then they wouldn't know. And is that why she didn't do the vaccines and shit like that and wasn't taking him to the doctors? Because something happened that was noticeable. She knew the doctors would see it, and so she couldn't take him to the doctors. Gorgeous 23 said shaken baby syndrome can cause a lazy eye. I'm not even going to try to say that. As a result of retinal and or brain damage, violently shaking a baby can lead to retinal hemorrhage and other hemorrhages, which, okay, I don't see the next comment. She does know exactly where he sleeps at night, just saying, right? But see, not me. You'd be waking up with some hot grits as I'm running out the door. Battered women usually have Stockholm syndrome. Why was he only on probation? It's California. Their laws are freaky. I don't understand why he was only on probation for that either, because that poor little daughter of his is going to be forever changed. Commander Alpha Turkey said he asked the kidnappers to feed and change the baby's diapers. And remember, we had talked about that. That was a weird thing to say. And I talked about it yesterday. I said, with him saying, please make sure you feed and change the baby, was that a Freudian slip? Because he doesn't feed and change the baby. I can't imagine a baby having pain like that either. Monica said he's a Diddy kind of monster. All right, I scrolled all the way down. Oh my God, gorgeous 23. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Lord have mercy. God bless you. I'm so sorry. Of the baby, and you can see the left side of his face does not have any scar. Okay. I'll grab that and email it to myself real quick. Hold on just a minute, because I really want to see this picture that y'all are talking about. Oh, well, his eyes are closed there, but there is no scarring. But we haven't determined if it is scarring. All right. I'm going to send that to myself real quick. And I'll try to grab the Discord link if y'all want that. I do have a Discord. It's free to join. I'm in and out of it. I'm more active in it in the winter. During the summer, I'm always gardening or something. So, oh, real quick, Kalisa Katz, good to see you, said, a lot of us are looking at that too. Baby Emmanuel presented normally at 2 to 3 months old, but very much declined more recent photos. What the fuck? The grandma's aunts don't even notice. The grandma saying they would never hurt the baby. And like, if he did not have cross-eyed, if he was not cross-eyed when he was born and he's cross-eyed now, how are you as the grandma saying that they loved the baby and would never hurt him? You knew. Allegedly, she had the black eye when she went into Big 5 days earlier asking if they had surveillance cameras. Yep, she did, but we saw that yesterday. That came out while we were live yesterday. Big 5 employees saying it was there. My ex accidentally hit my baby, and he told me he would tell CPS I did it. And after that, bury me and run off with the kids. I'm 58, and this happened 23 years ago. Mom gets struck to try to save face and keep peace. I'm so sorry, Joyce. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm glad that you're okay. I'm so sorry to y'all that have suffered. It's awful. Anders said, Grandma must be full of shit. I agree. I mean, I was with an abusive person, but he told me I would never be anything. That was one thing. And you know, I got out of that relationship. He was very abusive towards me, but he never hurt our daughter. And that was why I stayed, because I wanted, my dad wasn't really in my life. So I wanted my daughter to have her dad in her life. And so I was like, okay, well, he only does these things to me. I want her to know her father and for him to be a part of her life. And eventually I realized it wasn't worth it, because if any kind of loud noise happened, she would like freak out. And that's when she got upset when we were laughing loud or something. And I realized that it was having an impact on her. That's when we left. But like, I've never seen somebody hurt a child. Like, I don't know. I couldn't. If you want to do that to me, whatever. But like, Danny said, Grandma supports murderous son, so there's that, and that's absolutely true. Parabola, I'm sorry that you stayed. I'm glad you got out. I think the family knows what happened as well. All right, I'm going to finish reading this. I'll read it one more time. God, it's disgusting. So again, for the third time, but for everybody that's coming in just right now, I'm going to read this section again. It says, there have since been new revelations, including a possible video of Rebecca with a bruised and black eye as early as August 3rd. A claim that no one saw Emmanuel at the park nearby where the family gathered the day of the alleged kidnapping, and Jake Haro's felony conviction for willful child cruelty. The conviction stems from a 2018 arrest in Hemet while Jake was married to another woman, Vanessa Avina, the Orange County Register reported. On October 13th of 2018, Haro and Avina's 10-week-old daughter was admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital. Doctors reported to police that the little girl had an acute fractured rib, 6 ribs with healing fractures, a skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. The combination of the above, the police said, the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant, in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries, is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect, the officer wrote in an affidavit for warrant obtained by the Register. Haro reportedly blamed the baby's injuries on his wife. Both were arrested and pleaded guilty to the charge in 2023. As the search for Emmanuel continues, investigators are now saying they have not ruled out foul play and were again seen on the Haro's Cabazon property on Monday. The Uvalde Foundations, or Uvalde Foundation for Kids, which had initially put up a $5,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of the 7-month-old, pulled the reward less than a day after announcing the offer, citing concerns over inconsistencies in Haro's story. In the meantime, Rebecca and Jake, who initially made very public pleas for their son's safe return, have removed their phone numbers from the missing persons flyers and were no longer answering their phones, and have retained lawyers. It is unclear which law firm is representing the couple and whether there has been a dialogue with investigators. Y'all, they are coming for them, and I hope they get them, and I hope they burn them at the stake. But Are You Saying said they are coming for them. They're building a case as we speak, not to mention the public. There doesn't need to be a body. They should be shaking in their boots. I hope they are. I really do. I don't think she ever said the black eye was from Mr. Ola. I think she was hoping people would believe it was from the attack. We're gonna look into that. I wanted to click on this to see if it was gonna give me more information on the charge. Okay. Cabazon home of missing baby's parents searched. Father has served time for child cruelty. And there's the home. Looks like there's a red SUV there. So we were trying to figure out what kind of vehicle she drove. We can listen to this one. Y'all don't have to listen to me stumble over words. I'll play the article real quick while we look at the picture. Let me know if you can't hear it. Hold on, it's loading. I got too much up. That article that we just...
Cabazon home of missing baby's parents searched. Father has served time for child cruelty.
Can y'all hear that?
San Bernardino County Sheriff's investigators on Sunday, August 17, searched the home of the parents of the baby whose mother reported the infant kidnapped as new details emerged Monday about the father's child cruelty conviction in 2023. Sheriff spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez confirmed Monday that investigators conducted the search. She declined to say what they were looking for or what they recovered, citing the ongoing investigation. K9s have been used throughout the search, she said, while declining to say whether cadaver dogs were deployed at the property. Investigators are continuing the search for Emmanuel around the clock and following up on all leads and investigative discoveries, Rodriguez said.
Oh, hold on.
Rebecca and Jacob Haro have not been arrested or charged. It was also unclear whether they had retained an attorney. Emmanuel's grandmother, Mary Buchan, told KTLA/5 that the couple would not hurt their son. Buchan told KTLA that the sheriff's department asked Rebecca Haro to take a lie detector test and that her husband refused to do that until after they hired an attorney.
The grandmother's all for them being innocent and all that. Kyle Hopkins, thank you so much for the super chat, and it's nice to meet you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. That was very sweet of you, Kyle. Thank you so much. Ever love me? Good to see you. Love seeing your viewing numbers are growing. They are seeing you. I appreciate your coverage of cases. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. I really do. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are so very sweet. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Ocean Kitty said, as a person who was once in one of those relationships, the kids see it. I wish they could talk to the other kids. The kids see more than people think. They do. As I was just saying, it was when my daughter freaked out when there was a loud noise that I realized I had to leave. They do. And it like imprints on them, unfortunately. I don't know what a 2-year-old could tell investigators, but the older ones, I think the police definitely need to talk to them if they haven't. Tom said, of course he refused. That's what all innocent people do, right? Sydney and C said, is there a reason why children keep going missing from parents after CPS is involved? Summer, Sebastian, Lily, and Jack Sullivan, Jayden Spicer. You've got a point. I'm not going to say you're wrong. Joyce, thanks y'all. We're still in therapy because I kept taking him back, not excusing behaviors, just giving insight mindsets of these women. Praying all of this wakes her up, even from prison. I'm sorry that you're going through that. And if she is going through something like that, I hope she turns on him and admits what happened and gets the therapy she needs. Notice how he corrected the reporter who said the cops didn't have any new info by saying they didn't have anything substantial or something like that. I'm going to go back through it, and I did find the one interview. We're going to listen to that one again.
Grandmother also said the mother had turned off her cell phone because she had received death threats. Jake Haro also was not answering his phone, Bushin said. Those details could not be independently confirmed on Monday. Haro initially told investigators that she was changing the baby's diaper next to her vehicle on Thursday outside a Big Five store in Yucaipa when she was assaulted and knocked unconscious by an unknown man. When she awoke, the child was gone, she said. Deputies searched unsuccessfully with K9S, according to a sheriff's statement. Rebecca Haro then pleaded in media interviews for the kidnapper to return Emmanuel. Investigators interviewed several people, but when confronted with inconsistencies in her initial account, the mother declined to continue with the interview, sheriff's officials said. The National Uvalde Foundation for Kids then called off its independent search for the boy, as well as a $5,000 reward offer for information on the missing child, less than a day after launching the effort. The search comes almost 4 years after Jake Haro and an apparently different spouse, Vanessa Haro, were charged with willful child cruelty.
And they're about to talk about the charge for the 10-month-old little girl. Kyle Hopkins, thank you for the super chat. I do try to go through chat and read comments from everybody, just so you know. You don't have to super chat me, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kyle said that Mary covered for the other homicide, James, her son. You are correct. We talked about that yesterday. The grandmother, what Kyle's referring to is the grandmother evidently is a big proponent for her son's innocence. Her son was convicted of committing the homicide of his girlfriend. Allegedly, they were arguing, he was drinking. She had taken the keys to the gun safe or something to that effect a few weeks earlier. He somehow got the keys back. They were arguing because he was drinking again or whatever. And she went in the bathroom and took a bath. He shot her in the head and tried to make it look like she did it to herself. And he was convicted. And the grandmother, the same one that is out here screaming that the parents wouldn't do anything to the baby, is the same one that's on Facebook saying that they needed to look at Jaylen, which was the girl's name. They needed to look at her Facebook and see that she was sad and that her son didn't do this, and et cetera, et cetera. And he was found guilty by a court of law. That is good enough for me. Thank you so much, Kyle. I really appreciate that so very much. The other son, Charlie, threatened in court, yes, made signs of a pistol, I think. Somebody named Keith, we read an article about that, was threatening the family members and doing finger signs of a gun or something to that effect, I think. Yep. You are absolutely right, Kyle. Thank you so much for the super chats. Kimmy C 123 says smash that like button. 100 on the like. That's awesome. Anders said, what a wonderful man, right? Another mommy dearest. I want to know how the fuck dad didn't get prison time for the California charge. Maybe, Elaine. Kane, he got a 6-year suspended sentence for 2 years of probation. Make that make sense.
Riverside County after an infant was found to have fresh and healing wounds that placed it in critical condition. According to an affidavit written by a Hemet police officer to obtain an arrest warrant, officers investigated a report that a 10-week-old girl had been admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital.
Real quick, Kyle, you said that happened to us. Are you part of that family? I'm sorry if I misunderstood. He spent 6 months in jail. He did. Here, Sandra, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, my love. You need to go rest, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Let me see. Those went to Angel of Light, Jiggy, Brooke, Keeping It Real, and Rachel Roberts. Hey, Nita. If you guys were gifted from Heal Sandra and you are aware you were gifted from Heal Sandra, please tell Heal Sandra thank you. I'm going to grab the Polar Express because if I got the crazy train, Heal Sandra would have a fit and not get on it because it goes too fast. So we're going to get the Polar Express for this one. Thank you so much, Hio. Thank you, Hio. I really appreciate that. So that was you? Oh my goodness, Kyle. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. If that was part of your family, I'm so sorry. God bless you and your family. I'm so very sorry. Wow. Um, I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry that that happened to you, and that's awful. Damn. If you want to talk or something, you can email me. I'll drop my email in just a second. You asked, so what did he get? Evidently he got six months in the work release program, 6 years of prison, but it was suspended for 48 months of probation and then some fines. Yeah, and he can't do certain things as a felon, which is why he violated probation already. He's got like 5 violating probation charges.
On October 13, 2018 for
Thank you,
treatment
Cara.
of broken bones. Vanessa Haro, also known as Vanessa Avina, according to the document, told officers that she had picked up Jake Haro from work and dropped him off at home on October 12 before driving to Beaumont to pick up her eldest daughter from school. She returned about an hour later and tried to nurse the infant, but she would not drink. Vanessa took the baby to a hospital. Jake Haro told investigators that after Vanessa...
Hold on, we hadn't heard that part. So this is how it allegedly happened. I'm going to back it up. And I'm going to be real quiet. Listen.
Told officers that she...
Hold on. So this is the story behind what happened to the 10-month-old little girl.
Obtain an arrest warrant, officers investigated a report that a 10-week-old girl had been admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital on October 13, 2018 for treatment of broken bones. Vanessa Haro, also known as Vanessa Avina, according to the document, told officers that she had picked up Jake Haro from work and dropped him off at home on October 12 before driving to Beaumont to pick up her eldest daughter from school. She returned about an hour later and tried to nurse the infant, but she would not drink. Vanessa took the baby to a hospital. Jake Haro told investigators that after Vanessa dropped him off, he took the baby's temperature and found it to be 99-100 degrees. He bathed the baby and accidentally dropped it chest first on the divider of the twin basin sink. He could not detect any injuries.
So he came home from... Okay, we're going to listen to that one more time because I can't believe... Okay, so Kyle said... James, the brother to Rebecca, which is Mary's son that committed the homicide, okay? His name is James. The brother to Rebecca, and Rebecca Haro is the mother of Emmanuel, killed my sister's best friend, Jaylen. I knew Jaylen since I was 3 years old, and I'm now 28 years old. We dealt with that piece of shit and family in court for a whole year. They are all psychopaths. It stems from Mary. They cover up for each other. Oh my God, Kyle. Kylee. Sorry, Kylee. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't believe that. So they're all psychopaths. I mean, like it seems to be. They would lie for each other. Wow. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Do you know, like, can you tell us anything? I don't know about Kylee, about the I don't know that you would know much about Rebecca because that was the brother. Um Mary the grandmother seems like she's a psychopath. Can you tell us anything about that? Um, Joy said these families have a loyalty complex, believing their family member over what actually happened. Monsters manipulate loyalty of their own family. Dysfunction in families stems back years. I agree. It's good to see you. Okay, so this is the story. She came home from work. She tried to nurse the baby. The baby wouldn't eat, and then allegedly he gave the baby a bath and then dropped the baby. I'm going to play it again.
For Kids then called off its independent search for the boy, as well as a $5,000 reward offer for
That's about the
information on the
Uvalde.
missing child, less than a day after launching the effort. The search comes almost 4 years after Jake Haro and an apparently different spouse, Vanessa Haro, were charged with willful child cruelty in Riverside County after an infant was found to have fresh and healing wounds that placed it in critical condition. According to an affidavit written by a Hemet police officer to obtain an arrest warrant, officers investigated a report that a 10-week-old girl had been admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital on October 13, 2018 for treatment of broken bones. Vanessa Haro, also known as Vanessa Avina, according to the document, told officers that she had picked up Jake Haro from work and dropped him off at home on October 12 before driving to Beaumont to pick up her eldest daughter from school. She returned about an hour later and tried to nurse the infant, but she would not drink. Vanessa took the baby to a hospital. Jake Haro told investigators that after Vanessa dropped him off, he took the baby's temperature and found it to be 99-100 degrees. He bathed the baby and accidentally dropped it chest first on the divider of the twin basin sink. He could not detect any injuries. That night, Vanessa woke up Jake and asked him to feel the baby's back. He felt something crackle, the affidavit says. Jake told the investigator that he did not feel the crackle after bathing the infant. Vanessa later declined to answer the investigators' questions without an attorney present. Doctors at Loma Linda University Medical Center told the officer who wrote the affidavit that the baby had an acute fractured rib, healing fractures of 6 ribs, a skull fracture, a brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a healing fractured leg bone. The combination of the above findings in a premobile infant, in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries, is indicative of abuse, sick, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect, the officer wrote, quote.
So, allegedly, the first wife picked up Jake from work, dropped him off at home, and then went to school to pick up another child. Okay. And then Jake said the baby felt warm, so he gave the baby a bath, dropped the baby on, like, you know how when you have a bathroom, there's 2 sinks in the bathroom. He dropped the baby on the counter or little area right between the 2 sinks. And then he didn't think anything was wrong, so they go to bed, and then they touch her back and something crackles. So they take the baby to the hospital, and then they get questioned and they lawyer up. Even if that was to explain what actually happened, it doesn't explain the fractured rib that was in the healing process and the baby's broken leg that was in the healing process. But if we're going to go with the mother didn't know, evidently it did happen while the baby was in Jake's care, but they lawyer up immediately. Yeah, Cara, I'm feeling the same way. Where is it? Is it not here? No, there it is.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
Bullshit. 100% bullshit. Hey, Remy, Stuff, and Tony, good to see you. Okay. Kyle Hopkins says, okay, we read that, but it again reads, James, the brother to Rebecca, killed my sister's best friend, Jaylen. I knew Jaylen since I was 3 years old. I'm now 28 years old. We dealt with that piece of shit family in court for a whole year. I'm sorry, Kylee, if I keep saying your name wrong. Kylee. I apologize for that. And then Kylee said, they are all psychopaths. It stems from Mary. They cover up for each other. Mary, again, is the grandmother. And then Kylee, I thought I just saw a new one. Yeah. Kylee said, they hid evidence. One of the sisters, I believe it was Rebecca, the other sister lives in Texas. His sister came and hid his clothing, and that was never found, which would have blood on it. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Kylie said the brother, Charlie, was the one saying, quote, you're next, unquote, to me, which the judge had to bring up in court. If it was something she did to herself, why would I be next? Oh, my God. Kylie, I'm so sorry. Wow. I'm so sorry. And we did read about how somebody, I think it was somebody named Keith, was doing the gunshots. There are signals of a gun saying something to somebody in court. You're next. I'm going to try to pull that article up again as soon as we get done listening to this article. I'll pull that article up if I need to refresh anybody. I don't want to upset you though, Kylie. Hey, Sandra, I pray that child is with a good family and is safe. I hope so too, but it's not looking good. What a pattern. They get questioned both while you're up and get what I think is a slap on the wrist. Yep. Yep. Hello. Oh, thank you. I have a lot of clips.
Being a doctor. Jake Haro told the officer that when he went home after visiting the hospital, his sister opened the web browser on his iPad and found a search for how to feed a baby with broken ribs. Jake told the officer that he did not use the iPad at the time of that search, which was performed before the hospital visit.
What? I'm going to back that up again. They searched how to feed a baby with broken ribs on the iPad, y'all, before they took their 10-month-old daughter to the hospital, who had a brain hemorrhage, a fractured skull, fractured ribs, a broken leg bone, and some of those were in stages of healing, y'all. And you mean to tell me the mother didn't know? Again, she had to. So how is this monster getting these women to believe it? Maybe the first woman, I'd like to know about her. The second woman is the brother to this moron that killed his freaking girlfriend that Kylie was telling us about. And the mother is just psychotic. The grandmother, I have an interview with her, but she seems a little off in her rocker. Yeah, searching how would you feed a baby with broken ribs? That is insane. Charlie is the one who died in an OD, not the one who killed his girlfriend and claimed it was No, they said James. He said James. So Charlie, the one that died in an OD, I think Kylie is saying that's the one that did the gun signals before they died of the OD. The first woman did the same time Jake did. Really? Yeah, I agree, Remy.
Feed a baby with broken ribs. Jake told the officer that he did not use the iPad at the time of that search, which was performed before the hospital visit. As the investigation continued, the officer wrote, Jake Haro blamed the injuries on his wife. But both were charged with willful child cruelty on October 5, 2021. They pleaded guilty to the charge on June 8, 2023. Jake Haro was sentenced to 180 days in the sheriff's work release program, given a suspended 4-year prison sentence, and was ordered to attend a child abuser treatment program. Vanessa Haro was sentenced to 120 days in the work release program and ordered to attend the child abuser treatment program. Shortly after the baby was admitted to the hospital, Jake Haro filed a request for a domestic violence restraining order against his wife. Family law records show that case was eventually dismissed. Jake Haro is due in court on September 2nd to answer to another charge, being a felon or addict in possession of a firearm.
And we pulled those articles up yesterday, or those documents up yesterday, and looked at them. Kylee said Charlie's son died of an overdose. He also has a son named Charlie. In the video on the news of a guy in a white shirt hugging Rebecca is Charlie, Big Charlie. Yeah, we're about to go over to where she recounts everything that happened to talk about the black eye. And then the Jersey lady, good to see you, also said there's a Charlie Jr. who died and a Charlie Sr. also. Kate became a member. Thank you so much for becoming a member, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. I did put out a video talking about my muscadine grapes that I'm sitting here eating earlier this morning for our members only. That's where I get a little bit more personal. Thank you so much, Kate, for becoming a member. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I can't understand why his sentence was suspended and changed to probation. I can't either. Yeah, please show some love and hit the thumbs up. All right, I think this is going to be the first interview. Kate, thank you for coming out of the bushes to say hey. I appreciate that. James, good to see you. The LE took their phones, laptops, and the truck Rebecca was driving that night. I'm glad they did. Oh, we're on this one. Did she actually say that she got the black eye from the attack? And right there, she didn't. We're going to go back and look. Yeah, because lawyering up and not working with law enforcement isn't suspicious at all. Right. Lane. However, any judge who would allow that monster out on the streets is just as culpable, in my opinion. I don't understand how you do something like that and are right back out on the streets with freaking 180 days work release and then some probation. Absolutely not. Her old is removed. So that's the grandmother. And I mean, if we're going to talk about dysfunction in the family, I mean, her son committed the homicide and she's talking about that couple's not going to hurt any babies or anything like that, but they've got to know about the previous charge of what he did to the baby. I mean, they were taking their stepson to a damn football game. And who has the other children? Is it the mother that was culpable in this whole thing? Like, does she have these children back? The mother of the 10-month-old little girl who was probably the one searching how to feed a baby with broken ribs? I have questions. Kate said, hello. All who said hi. I'm on my phone. Not the youngest, so I can't always keep up, but thank you and hi. Thank you. And hello. I can understand lawyering up. All the YouTube lawyers will always tell you to lawyer up, but you can still work with law enforcement. Absolutely. And, I don't know. I always say that, like, if you find yourself in an interrogation room, always get a lawyer immediately. But not when your child's missing. I mean, I'm thinking, like, if your child is legitimately missing and you legitimately had nothing to do with it, like, I would try to get myself cleared as soon as possible. I would be like, can you just go ahead and give me a lie detector test so we can skip all the bullshit and you can look for my child? Stoic, good to see you, said, oh my God, what they did to their little girl is making my stomach sick. Straight up. He should have been locked up for a long time for that. What the fuck? He should have. Damn sure not allowed around his other children. Miss Rubug, nice to meet you. Mary has baby pictures of Emmanuel. His eyes aren't so distorted. Makes one wonder about shaken baby syndrome, sadly. We're going to look at that too. We're trying to find out about this black eye. I will look up. Her name is Mary. It's Beauhousen, I believe. We're gonna find it. We're gonna look because I want to see if his eyes aren't messed up, and that could be, if they weren't messed up when he was young, that might be why she wasn't taking him to the hospital. Here, people have talked about bruising on his knuckles. I don't know. That could be a little bit of a bruise, but I think they're just darker because right here it's a little darker too. That looks like it might be a bruise. But see, I mean, hers are darker too. So I don't know. So that's why I thought that they were digging up part of the property, and I've heard since then that that wasn't true, and I told y'all earlier in the stream that I might have unintentionally given y'all misinformation, but KTLA5 was reporting that they were digging on the property. I need to back that up and see if she verified it. Kylee said she was like a sister to me. She used to read me books when I was younger. She never missed the weekend we played Just Dance on the Wii. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Kylee. My mom said she did a better flyer for her dog when she ran off. There was no love with that flyer at all. There wasn't. It just says missing kid. It doesn't give a description of what he was last wearing. It doesn't talk about him being cross-eyed. No distinguishing marks. Nothing. Okay, I'm going to back this up again because evidently they didn't dig in the yard. So I needed to hear what she said about digging in the yard again. So she said we've learned that they were out there digging up the property, but San Bernardino would not answer basically any questions on that. So I'm guessing they heard it just like we did, but she couldn't verify it because allegedly they didn't go out there and do that. So I don't know. Missing kid is a kid goat. Like that was a missing child. I agree. Oh my goodness, Karen, I'm so sorry. I feel like that too. I have children of my own, but I would take all of the children. I would. These mocked out. Okay. I'm going to continue to try to find her. Okay. We got several things to look into real quick. Nita said, I'm predicting Jake will take no blame and put everything on Rebecca, the new lawyer for Jake, in my opinion. I agree. I think that's very plausible. Hi, Rhonda. Nice to see you. The grandmother said they were digging. Okay. Thank you, Miss King of Anything. I appreciate that. Hyosandra just became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. I'm going to grab the Polar Express because I know you won't get on my crazy train. So I'll grab the Polar Express to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Hio. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Screaming Daisies, good to see you. Okay. James says they were digging at the property. Okay. We're going to go to KTLA5 and see if we can pull up her first interview there. Let me see if they got a playlist for it. Nope. Okay. So we're going to have to go through videos. Lordy, they're uploading all the freaking time on this. So it was August 14th, 5 days ago. Oh, baby. Reported missing. Okay, it looks like that first clip was about 40 seconds. And then the next one's right here. So I'm going to see if we can find
breaking news right now. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies asking for your help in tracking down a 7-month-old boy who went missing from Yucaipa. The child disappeared just before 8 p.m. last night.
Hi,
He was last seen at a shopping center in the 34,000 block of Yucaipa Boulevard. The child, described as 21 pounds, 24 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes. He was last seen wearing a black Nike onesie. Anyone who has information on the child's whereabouts is asked to call 911. And we should point out another distinctive feature: he's cross-eyed. So again, if you have any information, please contact 911.
Okay, this is the second one. I'm going to see if I can get that lawyer interview real quick.
Distraught parents in Yucaipa are searching for their 7-month-old son. The boy's mother says her baby was kidnapped after she was attacked by a stranger in front of a store last night.
Now his parents are pleading for the public's help to bring their baby boy home safely. Alina Bobian live in Yucaipa with the latest on the investigation. Alina.
Okay, after this, I will pull it up because I just found where lawyer for Emmanuel Haro's father speaks out from Fox 11 Los Angeles. So we will watch that as soon as we get done watching this.
Hi there, guys. Good evening. Well, the parents absolutely beside themselves as they continue to search for their 7-month-old baby. Now, take a look behind me. The baby went missing in this very parking lot here in Yucaipa, right in front of this Big Five store. Friends and family have gathered at this hour. They're getting ready to go out for a search party.
No, he's gone. I can't find him. If you know anything, please come and bring my son back. Please, I'm begging you.
It's a mother's desperate plea for help in finding her 7-month-old baby boy, Emmanuel.
Does anybody else find it weird that they're sitting in freaking lawn chairs in the parking lot? Like, I think that's super weird. And thank you to the person who just told me, Marcia, that was out. I appreciate it.
Rebecca Haro says it all happened Thursday evening around 7. She, her husband, and their 2 other children were at a nearby park for their older son's football practice. She says she drove over to this Big Five store to buy a mouth guard for her older son.
I came over here. I parked right here in this edge. When I was coming over here, I smelled the baby went to the restroom. It's like, okay, Papa, don't worry, we're going to change you.
Rebecca says she took out a diaper and laid the baby down next to the car seat. She only remembers a voice she heard.
I was going to get the diaper and somebody said, hola. And I didn't see nothing since. I woke up right here on the floor and I didn't see Emmanuel.
Rebecca says she woke up with a black eye and her baby gone. She searched around the car, ran into the store, then called 911.
Everybody came, the dogs, helicopters.
But no sign of Emmanuel.
So, and they have said they didn't pick up a scent from him. Now, allegedly, she doesn't say that she got the black eye from there. The news reporter said it, but if she didn't at some point say that she got the black eye from that interaction, then I don't think the police would be looking as heavily into when she got the black eye specifically. And like the Big Five employees coming out yesterday saying that she had a black eye beforehand, like the news reporter is saying that she said it, but I'm thinking she must have said it to the news reporter. Mrs. O, good to see you. She is such a fucking liar, isn't she? I can see right through it. I'll be honest. In the beginning, I was like, I don't know. Maybe it is real because of the way they said, make sure you feed and change the baby. Like that to me was like, showing care and compassion. Like, I mean, for the love of God, feed him, change his diaper, bring him back. But I was wrong in that. But her story's always been a little off to me, and I've never understood why we're taking freaking lawn chairs out to the parking lot to sit there and recall the experience. I don't know. What are we doing?
And no witness to what may have happened.
Whoever took my son, please return him. We just want him back. We won't do anything to you. We just give us our son. Just keep him safe. Don't hurt him. Make sure you feed him, change him.
Emmanuel. Now I think that's a Freudian slip to something they didn't do, and there's never any real tears.
Emmanuel's father, Jake, says his family does not have any enemies and can't imagine who or why anyone would take their baby.
If you know anything, please come forward or take him to the cops or please let us know anything, please.
Now, an Amber Alert did not go out for Emmanuel because it does not meet the criteria for an Amber Alert. However, according to the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, they are still investigating this as a suspected kidnapping. So if you have any information, you're urged to contact the Sheriff's Department. I'm Lena Bourbon reporting here in Yucaipa.
So, and they said from the beginning they couldn't rule out foul play. Marcia said their truck was taken into custody. Miss Brewbug said if she was knocked out, why didn't anyone help her? That's a good question. Probably because she wasn't. T. Harrison, good to see you. Can someone in the neighborhood good film the park where she was at so we can see what it looks like? We did see a picture in one of the articles. I'll see if I can find it again. Hey, D's nuts. Good to see you. In another part, she points to her eye and says it happens. It happened. Okay. I'll have to look for that. All right, we're going to go to the lawyer.
The first time we're hearing from the attorney representing the father of Emmanuel Haro, the baby who vanished from Yucaipa.
Authorities say the child's parents have stopped cooperating with investigators, and Mario Ramirez is live in San Bernardino with the very latest developments. Mario?
So, yeah, we were trying to figure out if she actually said that the black eye happened from that incident, but I'm aware that it happened actually August 3rd. We were trying to find where she actually said, I got this black eye from the person who punched me and took the baby.
Sandra Roxy, I spoke directly with the father's attorney, Vincent Hughes, this morning, and he tells me that's not the case. The child's parents have been cooperating with investigators. Meanwhile, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says that desperate search continues, and it has not ruled out foul play when it comes to that baby's disappearance. Take a look, pictured here, 7-month-old baby Emmanuel Haro was reported missing by his mother, allegedly kidnapped last week while in her care. This all started Thursday evening when Emmanuel's mother, Rebecca Haro, says she was attacked while changing her son's diaper in the parking lot of the Big Five in Yucaipa. When she woke up, she says her son was gone without a trace. Detectives now say her story doesn't add up, stating publicly over the weekend that there were inconsistencies in her story. And when confronted, they say she ended her interview. Meanwhile, there's been a desperate search for answers. And while sheriff's officials have said the parents have stopped cooperating with law enforcement in the investigation, we're now hearing from the father's attorney, who says that's anything but the case. He says they've turned over their phones, laptops, passwords, and claims the sheriff's department should be doing more.
Doesn't seem law enforcement is doing anything to find this child. He's holed up in his house with his family because they are not getting the support that they need. They have people trampling on their property. They have death threats being made. All of the reports I'm seeing on social media that Jake and his wife are running, have fled the country, have fled the jurisdiction, they're at their home. They're at their home, holed up, scared for their own safety, grieving for their son. I have personally spent time with Jake and have seen the emotions in his face. He is not in any way running, hiding, or doing anything to exhibit any behaviors of somebody that is trying to be deceptive in this case.
So do we think he has the lawyer fooled, or the lawyer's covering for him? I'll back it up and play that again. Jenny Jen said, I thought she said she was punched in the face. Maybe it's an assumption the black eye was from the punch. Right, that's what we were trying to figure out. But evidently there's an interview out there where she points to her eye and indicates that it's from that. I'm going to back up and play just what he said again. Because here we got his previous charges highlighted. I mean, he's got to know about that.
Doesn't seem law enforcement is doing anything to find this child. He's holed up in his house with his family because they are not getting the support that they need. They have people trampling on their property. They have death threats being made. All of the reports I'm seeing on social media that Jake and his wife are running, have fled the country, have fled the jurisdiction, they're at their home.
So the police, from what I heard earlier, the police were having trouble talking to them because they are the targets of the investigation now, and they couldn't find them or something to that effect. I guess either they're lying to the lawyer or they really are at their house. I mean, those are the only two options.
They're at their home, holed up, scared for their own safety, grieving for their son. I have personally spent time with Jake and have seen the emotions in his face. He is not in any way running, hiding, or doing anything to exhibit any behaviors of somebody that is trying to be deceptive in this case.
And we've learned Jake pled guilty to child cruelty charges in a separate 2018 case out of Riverside County. According to court records, he's currently on probation for those charges after he was convicted and jailed in 2023, and is also facing additional charges for weapons possession. Meanwhile,
and we've talked about those charges. Abraham said the lawyer's just doing his job. He has to assume his client is innocent. Otherwise, he can't represent him if he's already found him guilty. Thank you. And then JDR said lawyers always bring positive spins and will not say anything that would bring their behavior into question. Absolutely right. I bet they are grieving his death.
The nonprofit organization Uvalde Foundation for Kids, we've learned, has withdrawn its $5,000 reward and search efforts, citing the parents' unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation. Now, back out here live when speaking with the father's attorney.
Wait a minute. Okay, so that's Big Charlie right there that Kylee was talking about. Kylee said there's a man that's outside hugging her and kissing her, and that's going to be Big Charlie, which would be her brother, the one that didn't commit the homicide. Okay.
Investigation. Now, back out here live, when speaking with the father's attorney, he told me that since that initial missing child poster went up, several of them all throughout the Inland Empire, they've had to discontinue their numbers because they've been receiving around-the-clock death threats and also have been getting visits at their Cabazon home. We're going to hear more from that attorney coming up at 10 o'clock. For now, live in San Bernardino, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Okay. I think he says that he's just representing Jake, but yeah, we'll look at the name. Let me grab his name and then we'll look at the documents because the documents have his lawyer's name.
Seem law enforcement is doing anything to find this child.
Yeah, it is the same lawyer. I remember that name, Vincent Hughes. The NCNTHUGHES. Yeah, that is the same attorney that he had in his other charges from 2018. It absolutely is. So they say, I'm going to back it up. I think they say they just say he's representing Jake. I don't think they say her. Hold on. I'm going to take it to here.
It doesn't add up, stating publicly over the weekend that there were inconsistencies in her story. And when confronted, they say she ended her interview. Meanwhile, there's been a desperate search for answers. And while sheriff's officials have said the parents have stopped cooperating with law enforcement in the investigation, we're now hearing from the father's attorney who says that's anything but the case. He says.
So they do say the father's. They don't say their attorney. They say the father's attorney. So 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. UCAIPA. UCAIPA. 9, 2, 3. Okay, I can pull that up. Why were we looking at the park again? You'll have to remind me. So that was the one whose son just died of the OD. Okay, thank you. Yep. They were saying that yesterday. James said lawyer is lying. Same lawyer for Jake, but this lawyer is not defending the wife. So who is the wife? Who's the wife's lawyer? Is she charged with anything? Is he not yet? But they're very suspicious. They say that they're targets of the investigation.
They've turned over their phones, laptops, passwords, and claims the sheriff's department should be doing more.
Doesn't seem law enforcement is doing anything to find this child. He's holed up in his house with his family because they are not getting the support that they need. They have people trampling on their property. They have death threats being made. All of the reports I'm seeing on social media that Jake and his wife are running, have fled the country, have fled the jurisdiction, they're at their home. They're at their home, holed up, scared for their own safety, grieving for their son. I have personally spent time with Jake and have seen the emotions in his face. He is not in any way running, hiding, or doing anything to exhibit any behaviors of somebody.
Okay, grieving, again, like you guys said, is something you do when a child is dead. Kylie said, but speaking of his son's death, does anyone think the baby could have been put into the casket with the other burial? I don't know. Because that happened, Tuesday before? Anita said, doubtful that Jake's allowing Rebecca to obtain a lawyer. This guy looks like a swarmy douche. Yeah, I'm looking that. I'm entering that now. If you enter street mode, it's what it looks like. Small grocery store, baskets out front, left side of the door is a camera. And if you flip up view from that perspective, we did see some cameras on the way to the store, but I haven't looked at that specifically yet.
That is trying to be deceptive in this case.
And we've learned Jake pled guilty to child cruelty charges in a separate 2018 case out of Riverside County. According to court records, he's currently on probation for those charges after he was convicted and jailed in 2023 and is also facing additional charges for weapons possession. Meanwhile, the nonprofit organization Uvalde Foundation for Kids, we've learned, has withdrawn its $5,000 reward and search efforts, citing the parents' unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation. Now, back out here live, when speaking with the father's attorney, he told me that since that initial missing child's poster went up, several of them all throughout the Inland Empire, they've had to discontinue their numbers because they've been receiving around-the-clock death threats and also have been getting visits at their Cabazon home. We're going to hear more from that attorney coming up at 10 o'clock. For now, live in San Bernardino, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update.
Oh, no.
The first time.
Okay. So over here, I've got the building. I'll try this one. Okay. How do we do? No. I don't know how to do street mode. Well, that didn't help. I don't know how to do street mode, but I know that there is cameras on the way because I have those on pictures from SF Investigates from X. I believe that there's cameras around there. And remember, the grandmother said that the police confronted her with a video that made her upset, and that's when she stopped cooperating. I think it was either a video showing that Emmanuel was never in that car, because there's several license plate reader cameras, and I can pull that up real quick. Or it was video of her going to the store beforehand to ask them about all of that. I'll pull up where the cameras were on her way to the store real quick, and then we'll go to whatever else it was. I know we were talking about a lot of different things. I think it was back this way. Yeah. Okay, so these are some of the cameras that would have been on her route to the store. There's like license plate reader cameras at like every stoplight. And if we talk about Stephen Stearns with Madeline in the car, even though his windows were heavily tinted, they could see that Madeline was in the car, leaned over in an unnatural position with her mouth agape over the center console. Okay. Hold on, let me pull it back up. Okay, you said click on the picture next to the map I was moving around. Shows that. Shows that. That and that. I think they're the same. If I click bird's eye, it shows that. Like I can't go in far enough to where it'll put me on the road. I know how to do it on my phone. Oh, what the hell did I just do? Okay. So here we are. Where's the big five? Okay, the big five is there. Oh, I'm gonna make y'all sick. Okay. Okay, you said across the street? There is a camera? I can't go that way. But, I mean, I'm sure there are cameras. I have no doubt about that. That looks like a bank, and they would definitely have a camera. Okay, what is this? It won't let me go in closer, but I think whatever that is, because it looks like a bank, would definitely have a camera. Police are on Lamb Canyon Road, and there's a landfill there. Oh, no, they were talking about the baby possibly being in a dumpster. Let's jump to X. Okay. Basil. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. There's where they were talking about she didn't take him out of the truck because he wasn't vaccinated. Just in case you didn't see it yesterday, these are the big five employee things. This person wrote, hold on, let me change my banner because we're in the wild, wild west over here. Okay. Big Five employee here. She did not have a baby on the day of the alleged abduction. I was there. Police have interviewed me and many of my coworkers. An alleged employee of Big Five, the store Rebecca Haro was allegedly attacked in the parking lot, dropped into the comment section with her experience with the case. Things aren't looking good for little Emmanuel. And then this person said, yep, we all did. Cops just finished interviewing us and told us not to share any info to the public. And I told them, no way. They have the right to know. This woman has lied about having a baby with her when she didn't. Now, let me just say, I don't see somebody telling the cops, I know you told me to be quiet, but I'm going to run my damn mouth anyway. Like, that's why I say this is all just alleged. I don't know if it's true or not. But there allegedly is a video from August 3rd showing that she had a black eye, and that black eye is definitely healed. I can get the chart back out if y'all need to see it. This person said, Big Five worker here. She had the black eye prior to the alleged incident. A manager did her DV duty of care and asked her if she was okay, and she happily said she walked into a wall and had a laugh. Also, no baby with her. Cops didn't want us to speak out, but we told them everyone had to know there's a baby missing and the mother lied. I don't see that being true, but a baby missing. That's from 17 hours ago. Okay, here's the brother. This is James Buhausen, and now I can spell the last name to pull up grandma's Facebook. Beushausen. Okay. A man convicted of shooting his girlfriend in the head at their Palm Springs apartment and staging the scene to look like she took her own life was sentenced on Monday to go to 50 years in prison. James Buhausen, 35, was convicted in July of first-degree homicide in the March 15, 2017, death of Jalen Amanda Keith, 27. Keith was found with a single gunshot wound to the center of her forehead in the bathtub of the Belardo Road apartment the couple shared. Assistant District Attorney Michelle Paradise told jurors that Buhausen rendered Keith unconscious and placed her in the bathtub, then shot her while shielding himself from the blood spatter behind a shower curtain. And that article also talks about them doing some kind of signs in court. Hey, just me. Yeah. The jewelry store on the tree line right off the store, they're going to have cameras. I have no doubt there's cameras all the way around. Okay, I'm not seeing. This is from 42 minutes ago. Official statement from Jake Haro's lawyer. The parents of the 7-month-old infant was reportedly kidnapped last Thursday. Seek answers about their missing child. Jake Haro is fully cooperating with law enforcement and investigators, per the lawyer that we just heard. Okay. So here, he definitely, like, his eye, it don't even look like his eye's there in that picture. There, even if he doesn't have the lazy eye, I think it's because of the direction he's looking. Like, that is the direction the eye that's lazy stays at. Here, he does have it, because this eye is looking forward, and this one is all the way in the corner over here. There, he was very young. So those pictures, he had the lazy eye. Okay, let's see these. Oh, they're textbook examples or whatever. Here, the eye is also in the corner. Talking about the lazy eye. There, it also is in the corner there, because his eye is looking this way, but that eye is not. It's almost looking the same way, but not exactly. Hey, Purple Prose, looks to me like he had low muscle tone. The baby looks symptomatic of shaken baby syndrome. I agree, and maybe that's why she's not taking him to the doctor. I don't know. Salute camera at the jewelry store points to the door of the store, and the ring camera points to the electric box. I have no doubt that law enforcement's gonna get those cameras and nail their asses to the wall. I can't wait till they do. All right, I'm back right here on KTLA 5. Hold on. I'll refresh it, but I don't see anything new about searching. 9 minutes ago, police investigate suspicious SUV parked on the sidewalk. All right, I'll search it on Bing. I do have the ex of the mother speaking. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, ex-husband of missing Emmanuel Haro's mom insists only she knows the truth. A story on 7-month-old abduction changes or something to that effect. Okay. I'm going to continue looking for video footage of them searching the area. Eastern Girls Crafting Marie, thank you for being here. New to your channel, but I said it from the beginning about the trash. You guys have. Somebody came in, and I have no doubt it was probably you. A couple people have said that they needed to check the trash to see if there was any recent dirty diapers in there. And somebody online was saying that they allegedly put the baby in a dumpster. That's why I want to see if we can find footage of that where they're searching it. They couldn't take a chance of having the baby's body found because of his prior conviction of abuse on the 10-week-old girl. I agree, Lane. James, good to see you. Grandma has posted nothing on her Facebook page. We need to look at that. Okay. Oh my God, I know, just me. I know. Okay. She's been found. I hate when it does that.
I took him out of the car seat and I laid him on the chair. And I had his diapers right here. And then someone said, hola. And I couldn't even turn, and that was just, I don't remember nothing.
Oh, gracious. Sorry about that. So it reads inconsistent memory. Ex-husband of missing Emmanuel Haro's mom insists only she knows the truth as story on 7-month-old abductions changes. The investigation into the alleged abduction of a 7-month-old boy took a new twist as the ex-husband of the child's mother has insisted, quote, only she knows the truth. Mom Rebecca Haro told authorities she was changing her son Emmanuel's diaper outside of her vehicle in the parking lot of the Big Five store in Yucaipa, California, on Thursday evening when she was knocked unconscious by an unknown man. Little Emmanuel Haro was allegedly abducted from his mother's car as she was in the process of changing his diapers. There's 4 pictures. That one, he looks the same. There they are with the bullshit poster. Missing kid. Like, stop it. It makes me mad every time I see that. Haro allegedly told deputies with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office that as she was changing her son, the man came up from behind her and said, hola, hello in Spanish. The 41-year-old mother said the suspect allegedly attacked her from behind, knocking her unconscious before she was able to turn around. Now, wait a minute. If that's true, how did she get the black eye? If she didn't have time to turn around, how the hell did she get the black eye? Lisa J., good to see you. She looks like she has 2 black eyes, not one. She does. She does. Oh, good point, Miss Rubug. She was on the floor, gravel, no scrapes, no fresh blood on her, nothing, no way. And plus, even if we are going to go with that, black eye came from this incident, and she is pointing to the black eye there. I mean, it's not enough. That black eye is not dark enough to have knocked somebody unconscious. I'm sorry, it's not. I talked about my car wreck yesterday, and I hit the steering wheel so hard that my whole face was purple, and then it turned the green and the yellow, and there was no white in my eyes. Like, I hit so hard that it popped like all the blood vessels in my eyes, and people were asking me if I was able to see and shit because it was scary looking. I was very scary looking. That's the only time I've ever been knocked completely unconscious, and my face showed the proof of it, for months later. The hospital said that I'm lucky I'm so damn hard-headed because I could have died. And I was like, damn, I reckon I am hard-headed. Mr. Speculating would agree. I'm very hard-headed. Okay. Haro told deputies she had no recollection of anything that followed, except when she regained consciousness, her 7-month-old son was missing. Haro, her husband Jake, and her mother, Mary Buhausen, spoke briefly to news outlets and urged the public to help them find the toddler. It's not a toddler, it's a baby. Quote, I got him out of the car seat and I laid him down so I could get his diapers ready, and somebody said hola, and that's all I remember. We know the story. I fell on the floor. As soon as I got up, I couldn't find my son. Whoever took our son, please give him back. Jake, 32, the newborn's father, added. However, in the days following the boy's alleged kidnapping, investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office have determined inconsistencies with Haro's initial statements to investigators. San Bernardino County investigators have not publicly released details about Haro's conflicting statements, but said since their initial interviews with the couple, they have both now refused to cooperate and declined further questioning. Quote, investigators interviewed multiple individuals, including Emmanuel's parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro, unquote, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office said in a statement. Quote, during those interviews, Rebecca was confronted with inconsistencies in her initial statement and declined to continue with the interview. At this point in the investigation, investigators are unable to rule out foul play in the disappearance of Emmanuel. Buhausen previously told the Orange County Register that Jake refused to allow his wife, Haro, to take a lie detector test in front of authorities. The grandmother told the outlet that the couple wanted to hire an attorney before taking the test. When approached by the U.S. Sun, Buhausen, Emmanuel's grandmother, declined to comment. Mother's ex-husband speaks out. Let me see what y'all are saying. Full of shit. Amy, I don't know where the car seat was positioned in the vehicle. And that's kind of why we were trying to figure out what vehicle she was driving, because like if she was driving some kind of SUV, I would think maybe she walked him around to the back of the vehicle and opened the hatch so you'd have all of that area. I don't think he was still in the car seat allegedly, because you couldn't really change a diaper while the baby's in the car seat. But in the truck picture where you see the picture of Emmanuel and he actually looks kind of healthy and happy, that appears to be in a vehicle where the car seat was in the front seat of the truck facing backwards. Yeah, I believe that it was August 3rd. I really do. I don't know, Rachel, if he's lying or not, or what's going on. Jackie, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Seems like Dad's favorite hoodie is a white one. Could be the white she refers to on a separate occasion, possibly beginning of August. The black eye sounds like the attack is previous incident. I think the attack is a previous incident from August 3rd. I think it's pretty much been verified without being verified, if that makes any sense. And I think it definitely could be a Freudian slip. All I saw was white. Hey, Ashton, good to see you. I'm assuming just me because I saw an SUV in the footage where they showed the house. Okay, so this says, in the day following little Emmanuel's disappearance, troubling details have emerged about Jake's criminal records as well as Haro's life as a mother of 5 other children. Haro's ex-husband, who asked not to be named, told the U.S. Sun he did not know his ex-wife remarried or had another son. The man said he and Haro have been separated for years following an 11-year marriage. Quote, our relationship was normal, your normal relationship. We were married for 11 years and dated for about 15 years, unquote, the ex-husband told the U.S. Sun. Quote, we've got 2 daughters. They're grown. They're over 18 already. I don't know anything about her new husband, only what I've read on the news. I haven't talked to her in years. I didn't even know she had a son until the news came out. The man wished for a positive outcome in the search for Haro's son, adding, quote, when a kid goes missing, it's pretty shocking. You never wish that on a baby. Then you find out it goes missing like that out of nowhere. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. I don't know what to think about that. Only she knows the truth. I hope the police find the baby. I think that's what everybody wants out of this. So the ex-husband didn't even know that she had a baby, but if their daughters are grown and the breakup was not consensual, then maybe that's why. Like, she probably just doesn't talk to him because they don't get along for whatever reason. Amy Shelby, hello. Baby did not have vaccines because parent knew the doctor would see signs of abuse and shaken baby syndrome. We're questioning that. We sure are. I don't know. We were trying to figure out, Ocean Kitty, what car she was driving, and we haven't figured it out yet. And we've heard about the dad's dark past, but we'll read it. Meanwhile, the Orange County Register has since reported that Emmanuel's father had previously been convicted of felony willful child cruelty. Jake was arrested in Hammett City in San Jacinto. I know that Yankto. I don't know how to say that. Valley in Riverdale County in 2018 and was convicted in June of 2023 on felony charges. He was sentenced to 180 days in jail and 48 months of probation, according to court records. That's all he got for what he did. A prison sentence of 72 months was suspended, the outlet reported, but he is scheduled to appear in court in early September for an alleged probation violation. Neither Jake Haro nor Buhausen have been charged nor named as suspects in connection with little Emmanuel's alleged abduction. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office confirmed to the U.S. Sun that investigators have executed a search warrant on the home of Jake and Rebecca Haro. When asked if the parents are being probed as suspects, the Sheriff's Office said, quote, investigators have not ruled out anyone's involvement and are following up on all leads and tips. But we saw that they're the main target. This says snatch riddle, dark past of missing baby Emmanuel Haro's dad, as search team says something's not right. Oh, that's about the Uvalde Foundation. Okay.
And I couldn't even turn, and that was just, I don't remember nothing.
Okay. Why you got to do that? Damn. All right. We're going to go to Facebook and look up the Jacinto. Jacinto. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Jacinto. I'll try to remember that. Dark truck was seized on pics from New Search. The reddest SUV is registered to Rebecca's family, and Tesla is the attorney. Thank you, Joyce. So a dark truck was seized. So then she was probably changing the baby in the back seat of a dark truck. The baby seat might have been in the front seat facing the back. I'm not sure. All right, we're going to pull up Facebook and X real quick. Let me make sure I have the right banner to be going in the Wild Wild West. Oh, Basil's eating crackers. It sounded like it was like right on top of my head. Okay. Mary Beaveusause. And dang it, my caps lock is on. Mary Buhouse's child grandmother stated the couple loves their son and wouldn't do anything to hurt him. The brother of Rebecca Haro is currently serving 50 years in prison for the homicide of his girlfriend and staging the crime scene. His name is James Buhausen. I see similarities in him and Rebecca, as it appears she staged the crime scene too. We saw that. I want her page. Is that it? Is that the, yeah, I think this is it. And I think that's That's the son that committed the homicide, and that's the homicide he committed. The girl there, isn't she beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. What a sweetheart. And this sorry sack of shit right here committed her homicide. So sad your son in the picture killed that young girl in the picture. It is. That's the latest post from 2017. So I don't know where we would get the information about the son who died, but there is information out there about that. Let me go back. She might have made it private. Is this it? No, that's another one of hers from 2016. That is kind of cute. That is kind of cute. Whoa. Okay. I'm looking for information on the son that OD'd. But the latest post on that was from 2016. I'll try this one. 2021. I don't know. Cat with a K, good to see you. Rebecca's mom allegedly used to be an informant for San Bernardino drug unit. I hadn't heard that, but that's interesting. There's another page of hers with a group picture. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we can find it. It's from 4 hours. They are grieving. Yesterday, Jake and Rebecca Harris, attorney Vincent Hughes, went to their residence to meet with them. While he was there, KESQ's Garrett Hoddle was on the scene and spoke with Vincent, a TikToker with the username at Divas World, was live streaming from the area. She spoke with Garrett after his conversation with Vincent, and he said that Jake asked for reporters to leave the property because they are grieving. We talked about that choice of words. Let's see. I think this was his page, but it's old. Yeah, this is his page. I remember them going over it. That baby, I hope that she just ate something that's on her chin. It was a truck, and she said she laid him on the back seat. Thank you. It's the one that says digital creator. Are you talking about Mary? We'll go back over there. Fuck the police. I'm straight from the underground. He looks a lot different there. This is from 2011. Chocolate wasted. I could see right through you. Mary Jane mixed with girls is the best Danny boy. Trust. I'm so fucked up. Miss you, babe. Call me Mr. Undefeated. I'm not aging. Fuck you. Wow. Okay. I'm about done with this. I don't see anything there Except disgusting shit. That's him. All right. We'll look for Mary again. Oh, yep, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate it. We got it. Finally. It says, "Rest in peace, little brother. I hate what happened and love you so much. This hurts so bad." I didn't know his name. I guess it would have been Charlie Buhausen. I'm not sure. Charlie Richard Buhausen. This is his page. All right, let's go back. "My handsome grandson, my baby, you left such a void in my life. My heart is broken, so much pain. Going crazy. I just can't believe God took you from me. And the worst thing, I lost my mom and sister and brother, but this is just so hard to see your dad so broken and know there's nothing I can say because I'm just broken. My baby, rest until we get together again. Love you, my baby, Charlie Prim." And then that's the dad. I guess her and her son. There's nothing about the baby on here like they said, though. So these were August 8th.
No nos vamos a salir porque tú, así como es tu casa, es mía. No me llames hijita. Como quiera que seas, Alessandra, tú abandonaste a mis hermanos. Gente, vean, mi mamá nos está viniendo a sacar otra vez. Ya es la tercera vez que nos trae policías, ¿sale? Quiero que nos ayuden a difundir todo esto porque ya ellas nos han mandado policías varias veces. Mira.
Okay, I'm not even going to pretend to say that I understand that, but she posted this and it says, "Mother abandons her children for leaving with her boyfriend and now tries to get rid of them from his house." This woman is a public servant at the Chapila City Hall in the municipality of Chapila, Chiapas. A young woman decided to raise her voice to publicly denounce her own mother, identified as Sandra N., an employee of the city council of the same municipality who now seeks to deprive her children of the only home left by their father. According to testimony, this woman abandoned her children long ago to live with her new partner. Despite the abandonment, the father of the young people, with great effort, managed to leave them a modest house as the only refuge and inheritance so they could continue with their lives. Sadly, months later, the father made a tragic decision to take his own life, leaving his children even more vulnerable. It was then the elder sister who took on the responsibility of looking after her siblings, became a mother figure and sustainer of the home. So this is talking about a mother who left her children for somebody else and is taking on a new partner. And like, I'm kind of seeing similarities between her and Rebecca. There's Rebecca with the 2-year-old. Grieving is a word that's used when somebody is deceased. Jake donated $300 to the GoFundMe set up for the family's funeral expenses. I would say, I mean, you know, we speculate over here and everything is just speculation. There it is. I hope that they didn't, but it was, I think this just happened the Tuesday, like, I think this happened Tuesday, and then the 2 days later is when Emmanuel went missing, if I'm correct. So let's see if we can verify that Jake donated $300. Jake Haro, $300, 25 days. Okay, so it's been a while ago. Okay. So it wasn't the Tuesday before Emmanuel went missing. Shiloh Anderson, the ex-wife, came out and others saying no one saw the baby. Oh, Jessica Shiloh. Plus, there must be a witness that there was at the 7th Street part that the baby was even with them in the first place. I'm sure there were cameras there as well. Yeah, the grandmother is saying that she wouldn't bring the baby out of the car because he wasn't vaccinated. That's her excuse. So nobody saw him at the park. But grandma is saying all this. Speaking of what grandma is saying, since we're down all kinds of rabbit holes, let me bring it back in and grab this video I screen recorded earlier today. Hold on. Have to go in my studio because it's not a public video. Okay. Let me pull this up. I did get this from JLR, so I'm going to grab his link real quick and drop that for y'all. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Let me go over here. This is the link to JLR, so you guys can check him out. I did screen record this from his video, and this is where the grandmother is interviewed.
Kaipa, California, missing Emmanuel Haro. His family is desperately searching for him.
I'm Mary Boyce Housen. I'm the mother of Rebecca's mom. Jake is, Emmanuel is my grandson.
The little boy from Ukaipa.
From Ukaipa is my grandson. Please help us find him. You know, if you have him, please return him. We don't want nothing. We will not do anything. We just leave the baby somewhere where we can find him, somewhere that is safe for him. Please, I'm begging you to please just do the right thing for this baby. He's only a little baby. He doesn't know nothing, okay? He can't talk. He can't just say nothing, okay? So please just return the baby.
That makes me think of a Freudian slip again too. He can't talk, he can't say nothing. I mean, I get that they're saying it because he can't tell on you basically for kidnapping him, but it makes me think of a Freudian slip too. Like if we're going to talk about the possibility of them not taking him to the doctor due to abuse that they had inflicted on him. T. Harrison said 7-month-old baby not vaccinated. That's unlikely if you take your baby to the doctor. And we're wondering if they didn't take the baby to the doctor because they didn't want the doctors to see the baby. We're trying to figure out if he had always been cross-eyed. Abraham said grandma is probably saying that as an excuse for the baby not coming in with the daughter into the store when they saw her without the baby and the black eye. And they said that there was no baby, so it's very possible. Grams looks shady as fuck and not a tear in sight. She does seem a little cuckoo. I think that is the homie. It is odd, isn't she? Isn't it? 2 weeks later after the funeral. Grandma's just as shady as the rest of her family. I wonder why we haven't heard from Jake's mom or dad. Good question, Ocean Kitty.
Emmanuel
Haro, yes.
7 months old.
7 months old.
About 20 pounds.
20 pounds, yes.
Wearing a black Nike onesie.
Yes.
His mother?
She's not doing good, you know. She's heartbroken, you know.
She was injured.
Yes, she was injured. She was knocked out.
There's no video?
No video. Store doesn't have video.
Do we know exactly where it happened?
It's right here. The truck was parked here.
Here in this.
Right here in this parking space. The truck was parked here. And she got out of the truck to change the baby.
If the truck was parked right in front of the store like that, somebody's not going to come that far close to the store and risk a kidnapping. They would do it further out in the parking lot, I'm going to assume. I do not have a link to the homie. I think he's on Facebook though. Jessica said, very sad situation. Unfortunately, that baby could be anywhere, very likely unlive, could be anywhere between Cabazon and Yucaipa. So there's a lot of area to search. I agree. Southern Cat said, I call bullshit. And Lorianne said, we love you, homie. Must have been a big fight. I don't know. Maybe he saw the comments and now is dedicated to the role of the guy who wears hoodies in the desert heat. Yeah, I think it's to hide his scratches. Good question, Crispy. We don't know. Yeah, I think there's cameras somewhere, Lane. Yeah, I don't think it happened in that parking lot either. I believe they're lying as well, Rachel. I agree.
And when she got out, she was trying to get the diapers, the bag, to change the baby because he had pooped before she went into the store. And she said,
They said that Dawn said if he turns around and look up, he'll see there's an empty camera bracket where a camera used to be. And I'm going to assume that she knew that too and scoped it out and knew that there was no camera there. I know she did.
that all of a sudden, they just say hola, and they hit her and knocked her out. And she said all I saw was white. She says when I came to, she started running into the store and asking if anybody had seen the baby, and they said no. So she ran all around the store looking for the baby or for somebody, and called 911. That's all I can tell you.
Do we know how long she was unconscious, or was she unconscious?
She was unconscious. No.
Is there any witnesses that we know
No
of?
witness, no.
Any leads at all? The police?
They don't tell us nothing. That's the worst thing, that they don't tell us nothing.
I'm so sorry for.
Keep your eyes open for this baby, please. Just we just lost a grandson. We just buried a grandson last Tuesday.
Okay, so they did just bury a grandson last Tuesday. So maybe Sandra said that's not true. My children always took their children to the doctor, and not one of my grandchildren are vaccinated, but are extremely healthy and active children. So my suspicion is that is an excuse for them. I talked about earlier, my children don't have, they aren't vaccinated either, but we do go to the doctors. I'm just not real big into vaccinations. And even at that, they play outside all the time. Like I have them outside more because if they were to get sick, then they're going to build up an immunity. I'm going to say they don't have all of their vaccines. They have some of them, but either way, I'm very much a proponent to like living off grid and all of the things. I don't think in this particular situation, we are questioning whether that was used as an excuse to not bring the baby out of the car. And we're trying to figure out if the baby had cross eyes from the time he was born. If he did not, then obviously they're not going to take the baby to the doctor because the doctor's going to see the baby and say, okay, what's going on? And see the signs of possible shaken baby syndrome. And that stems from her saying that she doesn't take the baby out of the car at the park because he's not vaccinated. And the charges that Jake Haro has for the broken ribs, the broken leg bone, the brain hemorrhage, the skull fracture, and I think there was something else of his 10-week-old daughter from the previous charge that he went to jail for. It has nothing to do with people who don't vaccinate their children because again, I don't believe in all of the vaccines either. I just think that it's an excuse in this particular situation. Right, we homeschool. And you can do religious exemption, but okay.
Can go through this again. Please, just bring us the baby. Just tell us where he's at. Just leave him somewhere safe, please.
We're gonna do our best to help you.
Can't go through this again.
So that was her interview. All right, we're going to jump back over to X and Facebook and see if I can find anything on them searching the dump, but I haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, you can use religious exemption. Okay. This was August 10th, by the way, pretty much the same day the Emmanuel. Oh, okay. Red Nissan Rogue spotted at the grandma's home in Cathedral, 7-month-old. So that's their car. And if they're at the grandma's house, they're not at the house like the lawyer said. And see, there's the Tesla that he was talking about is the attorney's, and that's their red Rogue. And then the truck has been impounded. Okay. So they definitely drive that red car more than likely, but the truck's been impounded. She was hiding the baby because I don't think that the baby was ever there. I'm not sure, Lane, who has custody of the girl he abused at 10 weeks old, and I was wondering that myself. Yeah, I thought that too. The mother could have worn sunglasses or makeup or something to cover up that bruise while she was asking. But if we go over here, we can look at a chart of that shows the healing stages of a black eye. Found it. No, I think it was on the other one. Dang it, I didn't get that one. Okay, hold on. Well, go back. It's right over here. Oh, gotta pull it up. Hold on. Okay, right here, that black eye is definitely, I think, in the 5 to 10 day range of healing. And then this one over here looks like it was black at some point as well, because you can see the bruising kind of comes out a little bit and then goes all the way under the eye. I think both of her eyes were blackened, okay? And if we're going to say that she got knocked unconscious in the parking lot, that is not enough of a bruise to be from, like, to make somebody be unconscious in a parking lot. Okay. Crazed of 5, good to see you. In Wisconsin, kids don't have to be vaccinated to attend public school. There's a waiver you can sign if it's against. Yeah. Her immune system is very strong. Yeah, yeah, my kids are always outside. Like if they're not, I don't know. I just think in this case it was used as an excuse for the baby not being there, or for any other, I mean, pick your whatever you want to say. I don't think he was ever there, honestly. Okay. Here's another case. Israel. Okay, that's a different case. Attorney for the parents claimed the parents receiving death threats. But see, every picture I see of him, I see the eyes being crossed. I was trying to play this because it looked like it had more pictures of him. We'll go back over here. Foul play, home searched. We've looked at that clip from yesterday. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything recent about searching dumpsters. The audacity, parents deleted footage. Let's see.
Just when
Okay, let me tell you about Evil Exists. Evil Exists has put out some things that we verified that were not necessarily true before. So please take this with a grain of salt, okay? Please. Please, please, please.
thought I heard it all in the case of missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, I am shocked with even more disturbing information. It's clear that Rebecca and Jake Haro
I
are
agree,
hiding
Nessa.
something, and many believe they are fully responsible for Emmanuel's disappearance. They know exactly what happened to him and where he is. The grandmother spoke out, stating that Rebecca would never hurt her son. She tried long to have a son of her own. However,
I agree that Joyce said possibility that he could have punched her in the nose. Broken nose can cause bruising under the eyes. Her nose does look different now than other pictures of her. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I don't think that she got punched like that. Like, and if we're going to say she got knocked unconscious, I would think her nose probably would be broken. Now when I got that in my car wreck and got knocked unconscious, my nose wasn't broken, but it was my head, like the top of my head, right about my hairline, that hit the steering wheel, and it hit so hard that it ripped there's like a thin muscle that goes between your skull and your forehead, like the skin on your forehead, and it ripped that, and that's ripped to this day. But if she got hit in the face like that, I would think that she would have a broken nose. Crispy Treat said, if she got hit from behind but fell on her eye, but if you got knocked out, you would have a concussion of some kind or a wound on your head. I agree. Yeah. As a retired RN, I have very strong opinions about vaccines. I will say one of the main reasons unvaxxed kids are healthy is because other kids are vaxxed. Measles is back. I've heard that. Abelis, my love. I don't believe she was assaulted at all either. Hey, Mandy, good to see you. Okay, let's see what he's saying.
many are speculating that maybe this was some DV situation and she is covering for her husband Jake. He is the one with the troubling background. Police have put out an update that said they collected lots of surveillance footage. Did they get any from the house? It's now being reported that the Haro house did have CCTV cameras. A local reporter has stated that she received inside information from someone close to the Ucaypa Police Department. This insider stated that Rebecca and Jake Haro had cameras surrounding their property. When police went to collect the footage from the cameras, the footage had been deleted.
We did read that in an article yesterday that a reporter said someone close to the family said just that there are cameras around the house and that the footage had been deleted.
Absolutely shocking to hear this. The links they allegedly went through to make sure nothing is seen. It gets even worse. These types of cameras store their footage in a cloud, which would mean you would have to physically go into the cloud and delete the footage. They didn't just delete the footage, they went as far as to go into cloud storage and delete the footage. If that isn't suspicious, then I don't know what is. Another huge red flag is the reports from the employees at Big Five, stating that Jake and Rebecca came in the day before asking about cameras in the parking lot. They were
I'm sorry, Ashton, that's horrible. Jump Arizona, he probably says hola, like hello, like hey dummy, before he whacks her, in my opinion. Oh, you think about if Jake is hitting her? Maybe. I'm so sorry, y'all. Yeah, deleting footage isn't sus at all. Now we're gonna hear that they did a OS update and it factory reset their phones too.
were intentionally scouting a place to stage an abduction. That is my belief. Why would someone come up and greet them if they wanted to abduct a child? That makes no sense at all. Rebecca never gave an explanation for the black eyes, but says she was hit from the back. This is unfortunately not looking good at all. I pray for baby Emmanuel. We'll keep you all updated as this case progresses.
Hey, Drippy. Okay, sorry that I didn't say hey to you, Drippy. I thought that you were somebody else. It's good to see you, Drippy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, Basil. Okay, I will continue to scroll through X for a minute, but I think that's about all we've got on this. I haven't seen really anything else that we haven't talked about. Sheriffs have not ruled out foul play. Authorities were still searching for the baby after his mother stopped cooperating with them. We know the backstory. On August 17th, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department announced it was continuing to investigate the baby's disappearance. We appreciate the community's patience as the investigation continues, the Sheriff's Department reported. He has not been located, and our investigators remain committed to finding him. Information will be released as soon as it is available. They held a candlelight vigil, the Uvalde Foundation, something's not right. We know about all this. A particular concern to us lies with inconsistencies of the details and the sudden decision by the mother in communication with law enforcement and our team originally prepared to help. Tell me what parent would do that who is missing a child. Yeah, we've read all of that. Jake's attorney told local media his client would soon be making a statement to address concerns about this child abuse conviction. And we will keep an eye out for that, but yeah. Also, she says he was a healthy baby. He was crawling. He was kicking. He was playing with his toys. All past tense.
Quiet road in Cabazon, the home of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, drawing the
Can
attention.
y'all hear that?
Children. So when a child is missing and he's nowhere to be found, it's just alarming.
A feeling felt by many who just want answers after the little boy was reported kidnapped on Thursday night from this parking lot in Yucaipa.
Praying to God that he is safe, he is found. Praying to God that the family is not involved.
His parents are Rebecca and Jake Haro.
So even the community is questioning the parents' involvement. Dee's Nuts said if the baby was in the car, was he unattended? Allegedly, the baby was in the car and they knocked her out and then took the baby. I do not care about the past tense at all because I feel like he's gone, so I would describe somebody that was gone in past tense. You think so, Crispy? The other children are going to snitch. Mark my words. That's who knows what happened. There's other kids. Well, the older ones, yeah, but I don't know about the 2-year-old little girl.
Who gave an emotional plea on Friday while handing out flyers. What do you have to say to the person who took him?
Please don't hurt him. Protect him and just bring him back to his parents that love him. Please, I'm just begging you. Please.
During our interview, Rebecca said she was attacked while she put Emmanuel on the back seat of their pickup truck to change his diaper.
Someone said, hola, and I couldn't even turn, and I don't remember nothing. I got up off the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took him from me.
When I asked about the injury to her face, she said she was punched.
I can't help but notice that you have an eye. Yes, he hurt. He punched me. And I ran a big 5 and I asked the lady if she saw anything or saw a baby. She said no. I came back to get my phone and call 911. I ran to whole perimeter and there's nothing here.
The parents were supposed to have a search party for the child that afternoon, but were called to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
So in that one, she did say she got the black eye from the alleged attack. I think the other kids live with bio moms. I don't know. The bio mom was somehow involved in hurting the 10-month-old little girl. She seems so fake. I say she's full of shit. Crispy said, I don't think they both did this, but I think she's probably scared to death. I think she's a battered woman. She's probably scared how she's going to support all those kids by herself. Well, she just has the two, but yeah. Right? Got that Amber Heard type of acting.
And haven't responded to our calls since. The Sheriff's Department said when Rebecca was asked about inconsistencies in her story, she declined to keep speaking. Deputies came by the house on Monday, but no one answered the door. It's not clear if they're home. Friday, the Haros told us their Tacoma pickup truck was taken by deputies and searched for evidence. Neighbors in Cabazon tell us the Haro home was searched as well. And investigators tell us the Riverside County Department of Public Social Services removed a 2-year-old from the family's home after the incident.
I don't see T Ching's 25. I didn't see your comment, but if you're here, hello and thank you for being here. Oh, there you are. Hello, thank you for being here.
Court records also show that Jake Haro was convicted of willful child cruelty in 2023.
We have 2 kids together. We have a blended family of 6 in total.
It's not clear where the other children are, but with so many questions and no clear answers, many in this community can't help but fear the worst and hope this little boy is found.
Tonight, when you're at home as a mom, just say a prayer for baby Emmanuel.
So far, the Sheriff's Department has not spoken on camera about this incident, as they say they are actively searching for Emmanuel. But they also say they have not ruled out the possibility of foul play when it comes to the Haro family.
I think it's important to take note that they said they haven't ruled out the possibility of foul play when it comes to the Haro family. Because in other situations, like, I mean, take any missing child, Sebastian, any of them, they say everything is on the table, right? But they don't say specifically we can't rule out foul play when it comes to the family. I've never heard them say that with Summer or Sebastian or any of them. So I find it curious that they say that we can't rule out the possibility of foul play when it comes to the parents. Okay. I know a lot of people make a big deal about parents talking about their missing kids in past tense. This one, it in particular, it makes me question it. Okay. Yeah, we do. We need a press conference from police. Boots on the ground is urging Waterman Discount Mall to review surveillance footage from August 3rd when Emmanuel's mother, Rebecca, was reportedly seen there with a black eye. I think he's just outside. I think we watched that one yesterday. All right. So that's all I'm seeing on him. I will keep you guys updated as much as I can. Yeah, there's about the what he did. If anybody didn't know, again, on October 13th of 2018, Haro and his first wife, Avina's 10-week-old daughter was admitted to Hammett Valley Hospital. Doctors reported to police that the little girl had an acute fractured rib, 6 ribs with healing fractures, a skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. The combination of the police said the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect, the officer wrote in an affidavit for a warrant obtained by the register. Yeah, and then they let him free. All right. So lastly for today, I have information on the sheriff and the judge, Sheriff Mickey Stines and Judge Mullens. We have an interview with a jailer and one of the women who was having sexual relations with the judge. They talk about sex parties and all kinds of shit going on at that damn courthouse. Like we've said before, it was a damn brothel. So I wanted to talk to y'all about that today. So we have this from 17 hours ago. It's nasty, sickening. Former jailer on killed judge alleges sex for money. Or sex
What
for
did you
something.
think when you were working there?
Sex for favors scheme in Banfield. So basically, again, the sheriff and the judge, well, the judge 100% was trading sex for favors, and those favors could be anything from paying for the ankle monitors for the drug program, probably getting out of charges. I mean, you pick what you think. And the sheriff went in there about a year ago and shot the judge 9 times. Hey, Yoland, Dad did it. She's covering for me. I agree. I think that's very possible. Yeah, lock his ass up. Well, the sheriff is on trial for killing the judge right now. And this is a former jailer that was there, and he interviewed some people. So we're going to find out more about it today.
That it was a brothel. It is all just it's all a brothel between all the employees sleeping with each other and sleeping with the inmates that come in. And a lot of them, they are repeat offenders. A lot of them are permanent stayers. It's nasty. It's sickening.
Did you ever see anyone having sex?
I never seen anybody having sex, but I had heard stories. One of the female guards specifically was telling me that one of the places she takes male inmates was the storage room, which used to be a stairwell in front of the medication room. It's literally directly across. You can't get in there without a key, and that's where they take them. A lot of times they get took up into the courthouse, especially after hours late at night. Nobody's at work. Nobody's up there, so it's all empty. It's all empty space.
And that's how they got caught. There was a camera in the judge's chambers because that somebody for some reason, and they caught Sheriff Mickey Stines going in there and shooting the judge. And his excuse was they're trying to kidnap my wife and daughter. And his daughter was allegedly an intern for the judge. And we hear about what the judge is doing at the courthouse.
How common was that?
More common than you would want to believe in the court system. Even down to some of my daily supervisors. There'd be girls sign themselves out and take them on home. It was sick.
The supervisors would take the inmates home for the night?
Yes. When there's policy, once an inmate leaves that jail space, you're not supposed to be in contact with them for 6 months. So it's one of those things, oh, you're taking them, and then the girls go back and tell them the stories, oh, I slept with this person when he took me home. You know, it's sick.
What would the inmates get in return for having sex with, the leadership?
For inmates, the smallest things, unless you're going with one of the overheads. If they're sleeping with the guard, it's mostly for things like cigarettes, time out of the cell, pops, commissary, things like that.
And I think it's highly plausible. I want to know why Mickey Stein shot the judge, though. Lori Ann said her T-shirt says size matters, and it does. Yeah, more. This happens more than we will ever know. Oh, sorry, Crispy Love. Okay.
Wow. What did you think when the sheriff shot the judge?
A lot of the corruption was going to come out. I knew that that was going to be the beginning to set everything aside to make people come in and people's voices finally be heard. Because even I believe that the sheriff, he either knew something or something was going on that he knew about that we all might not know about, but he was doing something to protect us.
Did you know, inmates were having sex with the judge?
Yes, pretty much that's kind of the thing that everybody in the county knows, but it was confirmed to me after working in the jail, especially after being invited to a party myself.
So it's basically an open secret in that town in Kentucky that the judge is sleeping with female inmates in exchange for favors and things like that. It's absolutely sick that he used his power of position over these inmates to abuse them.
What happened?
I said no thank you. I declined and kind of just went back on to what I was doing. It was just one of those things of, was I just asked that? Like, did that just really...
To a sex party?
Yes.
Who asked you?
It was Mr. Mullens himself. My ex-co.
So the judge asked one of the jailers if she wanted to come to a damn sex party. A sex party. My God.
Workers, they come out and even ask me now not to mention it. They've even, them participating in the parties themselves, I had another one ask me to go to another one of Mullens' get-togethers.
Hey.
And I declined it again because it's one of those things. I was raised better than that. You know what I mean? If you know, you know in the county. Everybody knows. They might not speak on it. They might not want to be involved in it because of the fear of retaliation, because there's so many people that has come out and spoke out about what Judge Mullens has done. Even if we're afraid to speak up on it, we need to, because is this what we want for our next generation? Is that what we want for our kids? What we're going through, what our past people have gone through, do we want that for them? And no, I don't want that for my daughter. I don't want that for my son.
I agree. Crispy Tree said it's not just him, it's all the attorneys and everything. It's a whole damn situation where he passes around these girls to his friends. And I agree. Cuban said I'd be filing my lawsuit and getting my paperwork ready. Well, that's what happened. A week before this happened, some of the female inmates had filed paperwork and they had just went to court because the deputy that was in charge of the ankle monitors basically was accused with proof of abusing these female inmates, and it was a sex for favors scheme. And then a week later, Sheriff Stines goes into the judge's chambers and shoots him 9 times. And we found out that the night before that, the sheriff had not slept at his house because his wife told him to get out. So he hadn't slept all night. And he said afterwards, they're trying to kidnap my wife and daughter. And I don't think he knew that camera was in the judge's chambers when he shot him 9 times, but he went and laid his firearm down on the DA's desk in a courtroom and turned himself in. And then the arrest video, he was like, come on now, guys, like acting really paranoid. And they're trying to use a mental health aspect of this, basically saying he wasn't in his right mind at the time of the shooting. But it all goes back to having sex with the inmates in the damn courthouse.
I want better for them. I want an actual community that's not based on if you got money and know people and if you're willing to get on your knees or on your back. It's sickening, and I want better for them.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
God, I hate when he screams at me. Okay, this is a longer
When you start
interview.
to peel back the
Now, he's going to kind of go over, like, recap it a little bit in case anybody doesn't know about this case. Sheriff should have got a hold of the Kentucky Bureau of Investigation and reported the judge. Well, they're all dirty. They're all corrupt. They talked about people going missing in the area. I mean, it's a whole freaking thing. Like, this literally is a good old boy system that God only knows what's hidden. Probably literal bodies, money laundering. I mean, you name it. If they're brazen enough to have sex in the damn courthouse, then they're brazen enough to launder money, bring drugs in. There's probably literal bodies out there. All right, this is going to kind of recap it a little bit. And he also interviews one of the victims.
Please click to subscribe. I'm in Letcher County, Kentucky right now. This is where the sheriff shot and killed the judge right in the judge's chambers. I'm investigating what happened, and there is a lot more to the story. Allegations of a secret sex ring.
Yeah, and you see in the video, he lights up a cigarette. The judge lights a cigarette in his chambers. Like, they're allowed to smoke in the courthouse, said Crispy Tree. And he was. This town is so itty bitty. They don't have internal investigators or nothing. You're right. They had to go to a different county because they shot the only judge in town. And when it's that small of an area, corruption is easy.
I'm looking into all of it for this edition of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, so I've got 2 really, really interesting interviews coming up from Kentucky. First of all, a woman who I spoke to who said that she had sex with the judge countless times. The judge who was murdered. She said she had sex with him countless times to get out of crimes. And she says that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the corruption.
I believe it 100%.
Also, a jailer, a different woman who worked in the jail as a guard, who says that there were sex parties going on in and around the jail, and she goes into detail. So you're going to hear from both of those women in a second. First, let me give you guys some of the backstory here.
Okay, we're about to get in the backstory. Lori Ann says, so I'm having an interview that day. I get up and choose a shirt that says size matters. I noticed that myself. It was kind of questionable. I think I would have picked any other shirt than one that says size matters when we're talking about things like this. But bless her heart for coming out regardless. Hey, Cracker, good to see you.
Catch you up if you haven't been following this case. Former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Stines has been jailed since the killing last September of the judge. It was caught on surveillance camera. This is in Whitesburg, Kentucky. That's where I was. And again, just think about this. This is a sheriff, the county sheriff, killing the judge. So this is extremely unusual. And from the moment this happened, I knew there had to be more to the story here. Stines is accused of fatally shooting Letcher County District Judge Kevin Mullens in the judge's chamber. And Mullens died at the scene. And Stines, again, who was the sheriff at the time, surrendered without incident. The surveillance video shows a man who looks just like Stines pulling out a gun, shooting Mullens as he sat at his desk. And the man walked around the desk then, pointed at the gun at the judge, and then fired again. Authorities haven't yet released a motive for the shooting, but this is where things get really interesting here when you start to peel back the layers.
Now, they haven't released a motive, but Sheriff Stein said that they were trying to kidnap my wife and daughter, and he's claiming like emotional distress. Basically, he wasn't in his right mind.
Judge, according to lawsuits that we've looked into and people that we've talked to, could have been involved in a sex for favors plot. The judge was connected to a sex for favors scheme when women on house arrest exchanged sexual acts for special treatment. And this is according to a lawsuit. Now, since the murder of Judge Mullens, everyone has speculated as to Sheriff Stein's motive for killing Mullens. The reason behind the shooting, according to some locals, could be that Judge Mullens, again, was involved in this sex for favors scandal, demanded that Stines keep his mouth shut about it when a lawsuit was filed by one of the victims.
Right. Stines had just been to court and had been deposed in court about everything going on. And a lot of people think it could be related to the judge telling him to keep his fucking mouth shut, because they had a meeting in this diner that they all go to, and there was people there from the courthouse, like, you know, the women that work there and things. They had lunch together, and at one point the judge said, we need to talk about that in my chambers. And so Sheriff Stein said, okay. And then after lunch, he goes to the chambers. They're all sitting in there talking. The judge, Judge Mullen, is having a cigarette. Stines asks everyone to leave, or someone does, and then Stines is sitting in a chair. He appears to make a phone call and nobody answers, and then he gets up and shoots the judge. It was a week after he had been deposed about his deputy having sex with female inmates in exchange for the ankle monitor program to be let out of jail.
And at this point, at least 2 women that we know of have filed lawsuits who say that they were forced to have sex, or they were told that they would have to go back to jail. And so that takes us back to where we are now, these women coming forward, including a woman who I interviewed named Taya Adams, who sat down with me. I went to her home in Kentucky, and she said that she had sex with the judge to get out of trouble. She acknowledges that the corruption is widespread. She also acknowledges that she's been in and out of trouble for addiction. And has been in and out of jail, but said that actually made her the perfect victim, and says she is telling the truth about what happened. Listen to this. So what was your first interaction with the judge?
I knew him before because my sister worked for the Commonwealth Attorney for a really long time. Like, I grew up in his office and stuff. So whenever he got elected to be Commonwealth Attorney, and we moved over into City Hall, and then Kevin was the assistant Commonwealth Attorney, and his office was like across the road from it. And I was kind of like informal intern in there, like learning office management and stuff. And I went over to his office to learn how to take a deposition. And that was the first interaction that I had with him as far as the sex and stuff goes.
What happened?
So she goes over, she's an intern to take a deposition. And remember, allegedly, Sheriff Stein's own 16, 17-year-old daughter was an intern of Judge Mullen's, which, I don't know. Crispy Treat said she's even got a lady that was in a library and was a very credible witness that said that when she got a divorce, they told her she didn't come right there and have sex. She was going to be embarrassed or sorry or whatever And she did not do that, but it does lend credibility to these girls that have drug issues and that we're doing this because this woman has been a librarian. People were super scared to say anything or speak out because there's one freaking judge and nobody's going to believe somebody who's on drugs versus a judge. Right. And that's what this all boils down to. Their word against, the whole freaking town, pretty much. The one judge, the one sheriff.
Happened.
I gave him oral with my shirt pulled down. And whenever we were done, he threw money in my face, told me to clean myself up, and reminded me that I knew better than to tell my sister.
Jesus, in the morning. God almighty damn. Sweet baby Jesus.
And what was his job at that time?
Assistant Commonwealth attorney. And we would do sex parties and perform shows and have sex with them for money, things like that.
Where were the parties?
Various places. There are different cabins. There's an apartment down like toward Thornton that they would use. It's got like mirrored ceilings and a bidet and a sex swing and all the things.
Yeah. Did you feel like you could say no?
I'm sorry, but she just smiled right there talking about them parties. She was smiling. I'm sorry. I mean, not trying to be mean or anything. I'm sure it was a very traumatic thing, but she was smiling.
There's an apartment down like toward Thornton that they would use. It's got like mirrored ceilings and a bidet and a sex swing and all the things.
Right there, she's smiling.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you could say no?
No. No, and they would make sure to make you feel as small and degraded and belittled as possible to take your power away,
Yeah, throwing money at somebody and telling them to clean themselves up. I mean, yeah, they're looking at you like you're a piece of trash.
What sort of things would they do?
But also, like, I have to say, like, we were having fun too. Like we were doing drugs, we was doing coke, doing a lot of cocaine, partying, like it wasn't like they were just like, they weren't raping like physically, like, what people think about when they hear the word rape. It was consensual.
Okay, that makes more sense. So there you go with what I was just talking about. They're probably laundering money. They're probably getting drugs. I mean, they're having these sex parties with the judge and all the people in town, and they're providing drugs. Well, where do you think they got the drugs from? Probably the sheriff's office, drugs that they took off of people that are in jail. It makes more sense now that she was smiling when she talked about it, when they talk about, they were, it was a party, they had drugs, they had all the things, it was consensual. Yeah, it does sound like a small town version of Diddy. And it goes on a lot more than you would think it would. Things like this, unfortunately. It could be a nervous smile, maybe. Very sketchy. Crispy said, also, if you're in that kind of situation and facing time, wouldn't you just be like, okay, and do a sexual favor? I don't know. I might do that. I'm going to say, because I've been in jail, detoxing off of drugs. If I knew back then, again, 10, 11, 12 years ago, if I knew that I could talk to somebody and just, provide a favor to get out of jail and stop being dope sick, probably, yeah, I probably would have. Back then. Sky said she's being real helps the better story. I agree. Hey, Ashes. I'm telling you, this happens a lot more than people think. Good old boys club. I agree. Yeah, I'm sure it was partying and everyone was having fun until it was not fun and they were being threatened. Agree. Oh, thank you, Sky. I appreciate that.
But it was the thing that we were so young, and then they used it against us and to destroy our lives later.
How so?
With the legal system. And CPS. Systematically removing your whole life, piece by piece.
Did they ever tell you that you couldn't say anything?
Yeah. I mean, that was just a given, and like who would believe it anyway, because the whole town was doing it, nobody cares. They're all swingers. It's all a big party to them. It was just like so normal.
Did you ever?
And yeah, exactly. Who's going to believe you? And if they're getting, I mean, the whole damn town's doing it, damn, you would be scared to do anything. And she references CPS. I mean, hell, it's CPS, they take your children or whatever, and then you go to court. And if he's the judge and he's pissed off at you, I mean, and he sent CPS after you, you could lose your kids forever over something you were telling the truth about. Of course, nobody wanted to talk about it or say anything.
Or have sex with him after he became judge?
Yeah. Yeah.
When he was the judge?
Yes. I've had sex with him in the chambers. I've had sex with him upstairs.
You had sex in the chambers?
Yes.
How did that?
It was not the room that's on film. That's on that where that camera is, where the murder and stuff happened. That's not the room that was always the chambers. I don't know. Like I think it might be behind that where it was, but there was like a different desk and everything in there. That's not the same room.
And how did that happen?
What?
The sex in the chambers. I mean,
We would just like sometimes we'd just go over there and hang out, and he'd be like, "Just hang out. Let me go sit on the bench for a while. I'll be in a minute." You know,
Wow.
Everybody would come back there and smoke and stuff after. The girls who they would bring them up from the jail for the house arrest people and stuff. They would have sex all over the place with them too.
From the jail?
Yeah.
Were you ever there when that happened?
Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah. Yeah. I knew the girls personally. Yeah. They were my friends and family. They were the people that we lived with on the streets.
So they would.
The other ones that they've done the same thing to and taken their kids and slammed them and put them with all these big crazy charges.
So.
And I mean, I believe it. I believe they got CPS involved and took their kids and hit them with big ass heavy fucking charges to keep them quiet. And it's really sad and scary.
Well, I mean, you're saying it like it's so normal, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So the judge would have sex with inmates from the jail.
Yes.
And you saw it.
Yes. I was part of it. I was one of them. Not just from being in jail, like coming in off the street and seeing them.
Wow.
How did they keep it a secret?
It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret.
Why did you feel like you had to have sex with the judge?
Because he's the one with the power. He holds my entire life in his hands. He's the one that makes the decisions over whether I get to keep my children or not. He's the one that makes the decisions on whether I go to jail or whether I get like they would drug test me all the time, and I would pass it, and social services would come in and say like, no, she failed it, and I would have to make them lab it every time because I wasn't failing it.
Wow. So, I mean, again, it's a power move. He has the power, therefore you do whatever the hell I say because I'm the one that has the power. And it's really, I mean, could you imagine going and being on probation and taking your drug test and you pass it, and then CPS, the people who hold the very ability for you to keep your children in your custody, coming in talking about, no, she failed it because they're working for the judge or whatever. Oh my God, I could not imagine. I would be scared to death. And then what, are you going to say CPS is lying and that you didn't fail the drug test and you want to take it to court? Okay, well, we're going to take it to court. Meanwhile, you go to court and it's the damn judge that's been screwing you at these sex parties. Like, how do you even begin to combat that? How she passed drug tests, she said they did a lot of cocaine or whatever. Probably during the parties she did, but later on when she had her children or whatever, she wasn't doing it anymore. And that's probably why CPS was getting involved and trying to take her children, because the judge told them to keep her quiet because she wasn't doing that stuff anymore.
That was the one good thing that Kevin did for me when my twins, we fought for them for months. Finally got them back in the home. Social services was so harassing and so bad that he called her out in court. He said, that's enough. He said, you have taken this too far and I'm reporting you to Frankfurt. And he called the ombudsman, like contacted me and to supposedly open an investigation against the child services here. And I never heard nothing about it.
Did the judge ever say you have to do this, or if you do this,
you come see me 3 times and we'll take care of this? If it's a ticket or something, you know, or you get some minor charge, some petty charge, come visit me a few times. We'll take care of it.
He would say that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
And how many women do you think were also doing this?
Total over the years, hundreds. Yeah. And not just for the women who had charges. Like if your man or somebody, your child is in there, then you could go see him for that too.
And everybody knew this was going on?
Yes.
Yeah, and people are able to talk now because he's dead. Crispy said he also turned some of these girls onto drugs and made them drug addicts. Cocaine only lasts in your system 3 days, by the way, right? Hey, Brady, good to see you. Cuban said either move and then they have their cops call your new town cops and intimidate you if you can make it out of town because the judge can have you jailed and kids removed on lies. Yeah. Even if you left, if he wanted, he could say, oh, you got this charge here from, a year ago for freaking armed robbery and homicide. I mean, he's the one with the power.
Yes.
So, what did you think when the sheriff killed the judge? When
My
you found
heart
out?
just like exploded in relief. I thought finally,
hey, the Astro,
finally somebody is going to see this because now they can't look away. They have to look. They have to see what's happening here. And
he
then
was
it's
married.
been all this time and still not seeing anything happening. Nobody's saying anything. People have been making videos and coming out with their story for a long time, but they're being retaliated against to the point that they're leaving this. They've had to pack up and leave homes that they own here and leave the state and go rent somewhere else because they've ran them out of town.
Wow.
Do you feel nervous talking about this? Have you been retaliated against?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I also know that God's got this, and that our kids, I don't want our kids to have to grow up in this town like it has been for us.
Amen. Southern said, was the judge married? And if he was, wonder what his wife is saying. The judge was married, and the wife is, of course, denying all of it. Yeah, this judge was having the time of his life. I notice when some people get a hint of control, they just can't help themselves. And I agree. Yeah, filming it. Yeah, extortion, just like Diddy. Commander said, oh, hell no, my family members would be on their own, kids and spouse and everything.
Because once they get their hooks in you, they never let you go. You don't get to live. You don't get to choose your life. You don't choose your own path. They do that for you.
Damn.
Has anyone tried to intimidate you into not talking?
Like comments on Facebook and yes, a lot of victim blaming, shaming, stuff like that, petty stuff. But then also we had the message from the jailer's sister that said that they started it, she's going to finish it. And she's on Facebook like slandering Liz, saying she went through like hours of footage to catch a freeze frame of her eye like glitching like in the middle of a blink or something and put it on there on Facebook. Look, she's high. We need to call CPS to come take her kids. And that's how it happens. They'll call CPS on you, and then they will take your children unfounded for nothing, for no reason.
Wow.
Or like in my case, the court ordered me to take Suboxone and then showed up at the hospital when I gave birth to take my child because she had Suboxone in her system. She had Subutex in her system. They said my prescription wasn't valid. It was.
Oh my God.
My clinic had closed like a couple weeks before I went into labor, but I still had a whole month's prescription for that month with pills left over that I hadn't even taken yet. And that was their grounds for taking her.
How
could you imagine being court ordered to take a maintenance medication, Suboxone, and then you're court ordered to take this medication, and then they show up at the hospital when you give birth and take your child because the child has that in their system? Jesus. Like, yeah, I mean, it's going to be any reason they had to take your freaking children. Jesus. Well, I mean, it would depend because that's if they said that the child has Suboxone in her system and you don't have a prescription for it, they could take the child. And I think that's what they were saying because she said her clinic closed a week before, but she had some left. Now that part's a little fishy. Like if the clinic closed, they would send you to another clinic and get you set up so you didn't run out of your medication. That part's a little fishy. But if they said that the baby has Suboxone in their system and you're not prescribed Suboxone, they could take them just like oxycodone. You got Percocet in your system and you don't have a prescription for that, or the baby does. So we're taking the baby. You got morphine. The baby's got morphine in her system and you don't have a prescription for that. So we're taking the baby. Same thing.
How many times would you say you had sex with the judge in the courthouse?
Countless.
Countless.
Or sexual relations. of some sort. Yeah.
I mean, if you had to put a number on it.
I don't know. Have you seen my record? It's a long one.
And he basically,
He's been part of every charge I've ever had.
and when you would get a charge, what would he say?
He'd laugh at me, tell me come see him. We'll get it figured out or whatever. But he never did. He ended up just like slamming me. They slammed me with all them other crazy charges there at the end. Like once they were done with me, I think that they got scared. And something about it is they don't like for us to get sober. When we get sober, we start to heal and we start to speak on who hurt us. And they don't like that. So they'll send people out to relapse you and pull you back into their nonsense.
I believe that. I believe it. Because they're going to be scared that somebody's going to talk. And like, what if somebody does believe them? But at the end of the day, not scared enough to stop because it's all the people running the town. Like, why would they be scared?
You know why the sheriff killed the judge?
I don't, but I have my own suspicions and beliefs.
What do you think?
I think that he's seen that nothing was ever going to stop. Nothing was ever going to change unless something big happened. I don't know what it was that triggered him to actually do that. Like, I don't know. I couldn't say. But knowing everything. And then if you notice, they put that charge on Ben Fields, right? Like he's the only one or something. And
Ben Fields was the deputy that was in charge of doing the ankle monitors. So that's what she's talking about. They put the charge on Ben Fields as he was having sexual relationships with the inmates in exchange for payment of the ankle monitors. And that was the deposition that Sheriff Stines had to go to a week before all of this happened.
Mickey ended up getting named in a lawsuit for not doing.
So Mickey is Sheriff Stines. His name is Sheriff Mickey Stines.
Doing anything about it or not properly training them. So I wonder, like, if he was like this is so far out of my hands. What am I supposed to do? It's like all these people here that have evidence, like physical evidence of all these horrible things that they've done to them, are just hiding it because there's nobody to give it to. Like what, you know?
What do you think of it? I mean, what do you make of the sheriff? What is his sort of reputation?
He's got a good reputation. He was well respected.
Hey, Sunflower.
He was always good to me, fair, firm. You know, he'd take you to jail and stuff, but he wasn't like a groper and raper and stuff like the other ones. And he was always good to me.
Did he know about everything going on?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it bothered him. Like, I really do. Because I asked for house arrest. I kept asking over and over. I kept saying, Mickey, please let me go on house arrest. Like, this is crazy. And you know these charges on me are crazy. So every time I get him in the elevator, take him in court, I'm begging. He'd say, well, we'll see. And then he never would put me on the list.
Damn. James said, I thought they said they were after his wife and daughter. That's what he said.
And it makes me wonder why now.
Did anything ever happen to you in the jail?
Yeah.
I mean, because you talk about having sex with the judge, but that was mostly when you were out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But what about when you were in jail?
Yeah, the jail workers and stuff, a lot of them, they would come up to the doors, stuff, they want to see your titties. They want you to come up so they can put their hands in the beanhole and touch you.
And look, I've told y'all about my past, okay? And I have been to jail, and I've told y'all before, there's some girls, not me, because but there was girls that would get like butt-ass naked, right? And they'll lay up under them damn wool blankets. And then if there was a male CO that they liked on the floor, that's when they do it. They get naked and they lay under them blankets. And then when they would come by at night to do checks, they would fling the blanket off of them and be butt ass naked. And then if you take, I mean, I've seen that shit myself being in jail back in the day when I was living a life of crime. And if you've got, I mean, I know for a fact that happens. And then you take into account these men that have these positions of power that are already having sex parties and all of that. I believe everything she said. I believe they put their titties on the door and they would stick their hands in the slot and all kinds of nasty shit going on at the jail.
Things like that. There was like this old stairwell in the middle of the jail across from the med room. Like they would take girls in there and stuff sometimes.
How do all these officials get away with this?
Me too. Me too.
They run it all. They run it all. Their rehab programs and stuff, they're all in it together. They all got their hands in it.
Yeah, they're controlling the whole everything. James said, how was what he was doing not a sex crime? Well, it was, but who are you going to tell? Ghostbusters? I mean, who are you going to tell that the only judge in town is having sex with you in exchange for the drug program or whatever it was? Like, who do you go to with that? The city council? They're probably at the fucking sex parties. Crispy said, I'm telling you what, this sheriff may have had a psychotic break, but he was functioning as a sheriff up until this point, and I've not seen any evidence that there's been any break. I've seen what appears to be fake evidence. Yeah, exactly, Lolo.
The drug court, they just keep extending your sentence. How is that? Do you know what happened with my case? We had the fight. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment in a holding cell beside the booking desk. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment, which is kidnapping. That's the charge that stuck. And they told me I had 7.5 years total. I get to prison and get my timesheet. I had 12.5 years. So I went and sent legal aid. They said once the final judgment is filed, there's nothing else that you can do. It's final.
So, and I believe that shit like this happened too. She got charged with kidnapping in a freaking holding cell. Like in the jail, in a holding cell, she got charged with kidnapping. She goes to court. They say she has 7 years. She goes to prison to do her 7 years. She gets there and it's all of a sudden 12 years. I believe that shit was happening. And how do you even begin to combat that? She said she contacted legal aid, which is an attorney you use if you're broke, that represents you basically for free. That's not a public defender, because you can't go to the public defender. They're working for the fucking judge and the DA and all the people that are doing this to you. So you go to legal aid and they're like, well, yeah, but once a judgment is final, there's nothing we can do, which is true. Like, and that's just one example. You're told in court you're going to prison for 7 years. And again, I think it's fishy that it's for kidnapping in a holding cell in a freaking jail, but okay. I mean, we could talk about Jessica fucking with the Victoria Martin's case, how they raped somebody, and that I believe happened. So, okay, let's say that she did kidnap somebody and was holding them hostage or whatever in the holding cell. Okay, I'll just go with that. You're told you got 7.5 years and then you have 12. And then, you're getting to the end of the sentence. Who's to say it's not getting up to like 13, 14, 15, 16 years, and they're just going to keep you in there indefinitely? How scary would that be? Yeah, who did she kidnap in a holding cell? I guess another inmate. She says that he wasn't, but when she referenced that she wanted to be on the house arrest program. The house arrest program is the program that was being run by the guy who basically where all this got started. I forget his name, but he was running the house arrest program, and he's the one that was one of the people that was saying, okay, if you have sex with me, that'll pay for the ankle monitor, or you can get out on this program, or I won't tell them that you failed this drug test. I mean, whatever. And she kept asking to be on the drug program, but he wouldn't let her. So that she's saying basically, did he know? Did the sheriff, in all reality, Sheriff Mickey Stines, know that the deputy was doing that to those girls, and was he trying to protect her from being abused? And so he wouldn't put her on the house arrest program. Who knows? Kate, good to see you. Apparently, Mickey tried to phone his daughter, but she didn't answer. So he phoned his daughter from the judge's phone, spoke to her, and then shot the judge. That's what's being said. Yes. Buckle, thank you for saying thank you. Hey, Cheryl King. I'm from Rhode Island. News here just said boyfriend of Kylee was just arrested. Thank you for that. We'll look it up.
So I did my time. I made parole upon completion. I did all their programs and stuff that I was eligible to do. And when I got out, they tried to make me to go to drug court. They tried to add drug court onto my sentence. And I threw a fit. I said, no, this is not right. And this was not part of the plea deal. And y'all already screwed me and gave me 5 extra years anyway. We're not doing this.
Wow.
My parole officer went back in his office, and he came back out and said, well, they agreed that if you would do aftercare for 6 months, that you don't have to go to drug court. So I did their aftercare. I did their MRT classes, anger management, parenting, you name it, I did it. I served out. I went to go get my gold seal. I was so excited and so proud that I accomplished it and that I was done. I finished it, like I've worked so hard my whole life just to get out from under this place. finished it. I go in to get my gold seal, my certificate, and he says, the state says they're not going to release you because of your child support until it's paid in full. That just destroyed me. That crushed me. And I still didn't know like what Cool had said for a while after that. Like that's a more recent development when I got on there and seen that I'm on parole till 2099. And I've been trying to find somebody from the outside for a while to look at this case, like, because nothing about it is right.
So for people who aren't,
She's on parole until 2099. Really? I did pull up an article from about an hour ago. As soon as I finish this subsection, we'll go over that, Cheryl, and thank you for the information. Sharon said, what the fuck? That's real, right? James said, so sorry for this lady. Me too. I don't even know what to say.
For people who aren't from here, I mean, there's obviously a lot of people on drugs or have been on drugs.
Yes.
Does that just make them vulnerable to this whole system?
It does, and they use it. They start giving you drugs as a minor. Like, so you're already addicted. You're already addicted. So they use that to keep control over you.
Do you think
it's diabolical?
Do you think they think, oh, no one will listen to these people because they have records, they have been on drugs?
And that's why they want to keep us messed up and, you know, out of it. So we don't have any credibility. Yeah.
I also spoke with a woman who says that she worked in the jail. So she had a very interesting perspective. This is an interview that aired first on News Nation. Look at this.
Now, we just saw this. James said from now, that's 70 years on probation. Okay, thank you, Abelis. Have you ever heard of anybody getting 70 years of probation? We'll watch a little bit of this. I don't want to play his whole video, and I do have to go, but we'll watch a little bit of it just to refresh your memory.
So you worked in the jail?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How long did you work there?
About 3.5 months.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was your job?
Deputy jailer.
And what
I was one of the guards.
One of the guards. So in with all the
Taking
inmates.
care of the inmates and stuff like that, helping give out trays, meds, watches. There's a lot of times I was in the booth, just different things.
So this is one of the COs or the jailers there. Hey, Sidetrack, nice to meet you. Sidetrack said there's so much more to this story. Many women have stories to tell but are afraid. I 100% believe that. I mean, it's pretty much the same kind of situation, yeah. And the other part of it is they said the judge was absolutely down to earth and charismatic and kind-hearted. I mean, I would think so because, I mean, anybody outside of the city is going to say, well, that's what the judge said. And, I mean, they can make the documents look like, I don't know, like they could write some shit that would make somebody think that you needed 70 years. Like, I don't know. For example, they might have said, you know, something to the effect of there was a pregnant woman in the cell with her and she held her hostage and wouldn't let us go in there. And the woman gave birth and the baby died or something to that effect. And then you're like, you know, it's not even true or something. And you got, you know, that's a freaking possible homicide charge. I mean, just name it. And, it could have happened because they're the ones that control everything in the whole entire damn town. Maybe 5 articles. Wow. Thank you, Abelis. We'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Okay. Hold on.
When did you realize that something strange was going on at the jail?
When Ben Fields came in and became an automatic trustee, that was what had made my eyes go, oh, wow. Okay, so our systems aren't how they're supposed to be, not even in our guidelines.
So Ben Fields, again, was the one that was doing the drug program where he was trading sex for the girls that actually went to court that Sheriff Stines was deposed for a week ahead of time. And what she's saying is he came in and automatically became a trustee, which would make me think that it's for when he was in jail. So it had to be after he got charged with what he did for the girls. And then he was automatically made trustee. That's, yeah, backwards as fuck. James said, so who's in charge of the city now? Judge dead and sheriff shot him. I don't know. I'd have to look. Let me see.
It confused me because, you know, most times in jail, when somebody comes into jail, you're there for a while, and then there's the process of if you want to become a trustee, which is one of the inmates where they get to do special jobs like helping prepare the food or going out on work release. You have to apply for that. You have to ask for it. You have to show that you have the initiative to want to do it. And Ben Fields, from first day stepping into our jail, was a automatic trustee. Special treatment. It was awful. We have 2 solitaries that is beside the ice box where they keep all these supplies, feminine products, pops, stuff like that, which is supposed to be a one-man cell. At some points, there's 2 or 3 people in there, but there was 2 men that was in that cell that had gotten moved, so that way Ben Fields could be moved into that cell. He got a brand new bed. He got a brand new flat screen TV, automatic trustee. He had his own pack of cigarettes in the break room, Marlboro red shorts.
Wow. So he goes in there and he's king of the damn castle. James said probably the DA, and that's what I'm thinking. Probably the DA, and the DA is married to the sister of the judge's wife, if I remember correctly. So it's like they're all intertwined. But I have to say, this is one of my favorite channels. Oh, I'm glad you found us too, Bratty. And I'm sorry that your eye is still sore. I hope it gets better, sweetheart. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you like it here. I like it here too.
It just wasn't fair. You know what I mean? It just showed the system wasn't how it should be.
Did you ever see anyone having sex?
I never seen anybody having sex, but I had heard stories. One of the female guards specifically was telling me that one of the places she takes male inmates was the storage room, which used to be a stairwell in front of the medication room. It's literally directly across. You can't get in there without a key, and that's where they take them. A lot of times they get took up into the courthouse, especially after hours late at night. Nobody's at work. Nobody's up there, so it's all empty. It's all empty space.
How common was that?
More common than you would want to believe in the court system.
See, it's interesting because we have somebody that was actually a victim that was on substances, and, you know, one of the people actually doing the favors that we talk about would be hard to believe if they tried to go and say something, especially when they've got all these horrendous charges. But now you're hearing it from somebody who had, you know, a position in the court, in the jail, in the jail, and really doesn't have any reason to lie. And she's talking about how this shit happened and how much, you know, it happened so much that you wouldn't even want to believe it.
Even down to some of my daily supervisors. There'd be girls sign themselves out and take them on home. It was sick.
The supervisors would take the inmates home for the night?
Yes. When there's policy, once an inmate leaves that jail space, you're not supposed to be in contact with them for 6 months. So it's one of those things, oh, you're taking them, and then the girls go back and tell them the stories, oh, I slept with this person when he took me home. You know, it's sick.
Wow.
What did you think when you were working there?
That it was a brothel. It is all just it's all a brothel between all the employees sleeping with each other and sleeping with the inmates that come in. And a lot of them, they are repeat offenders. A lot of them are permanent stayers. It's nasty. It's sickening.
I mean, even she's saying it was a brothel. I'm looking for that interview, but we might have to go over it tomorrow. I'm not seeing it. Dainty. Where did you see it at? Let me know. If I can find it, we'll talk about it real quick before I go. The same thing is going on in Indiana right now with the exact same situation, except the sheriff was arrested and he didn't kill anybody, but same-sex stuff with people in jail. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, that's my rooster. It is exploitation. Just in the nick of time. Okay, I'll look for it.
I've even had one of my personal supervisors go way over the limits of even trying to get my family to force me to be in a relationship with them while I was previously already in a relationship. And it's like, sir, like, this is supposed to be you're a work friend. You know what I mean? It's not a good environment.
What would the inmates get in return for having sex with, the leadership?
For inmates, the smallest things, unless you're going with one of the overheads. If they're sleeping with the guard, it's mostly for things like cigarettes, time out of the cell, pops, commissary, things like that.
I believe it. I really do. N-I-C-K. Okay.
Wow. What did you think when the sheriff shot the judge?
A lot of the corruption was going to come out. I knew that that was going to be the beginning to set everything aside to make people come in and people's voices finally be heard. Because even I believe that the sheriff, he either knew something or something was going on that he knew about that we all might not know about, but he was doing something to protect us.
So the sheriff was your boss? Was the jail separate?
Jail is separate from the police station.
Okay.
Yeah, or the sheriff's office.
Okay. Did you know what was going on with the judge?
Yes. No.
Crime.
That's a reverse question of which part of what was going on.
Did you know?
Bye, Kate.
Inmates were having sex with the judge.
Yes. Pretty much that's kind of the thing that everybody in the county knows, but it was confirmed to me after working in the jail, especially after being invited to a party myself.
So again, it's a big open secret. So when I pull this up, I see this, the jailhouse interview just changed. I don't know if I can use this guy's stuff, but I'll give you guys the channel so you can watch it, and I'll see what I can pull from it so we can watch it together tomorrow. I'll see what there is. This is going to be an alleged interview with Austin Drummond in jail. So I will drop that for you guys. If you guys want to check that out, I will see what I can find on it, and we'll go over that tomorrow. Going back over here, I'm going to let her finish her little interview, and then we're going to talk about Kylee Monterio out of Massachusetts real quick before I go.
What happened?
I said no thank you. I declined and kind of just went back on to what I was doing. It was just one of those things of, was I just asked that? Like, did that just really...
To a sex party?
Yes.
Who asked you?
It was Mr. Mullens.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
He had talked about they do little get-togethers and everything.
Yeah,
he didn't explain it to me as in a party. It was a get-together of some of the higher-ups. I'm not going to say names for other purposes, but for some of the other higher-ups, and it was just a get-together, them doing like a little meeting, like a lunch, dinner. Sorry, I keep getting mixed up, but he didn't really get too far into it. But if you're being asked to go to a late night get-together with the higher-ups, that it's not nothing to do with eating. Right.
Yeah. Like, if you're invited to dinner with the higher ups and it's not some kind of special thing, yeah. And you can tell by people's demeanor and things like that what their plan is.
At least not food.
So you knew what was going on?
Yes. Other coworkers, and my ex-coworkers, they've come out and even asked me now not to mention it. They've even, them participating in the parties themselves, I had another one asked me to go to another one of Mullens' get-togethers, and I declined it again because it's one of those things. I was raised better than that. You know what I mean? Our Southern goals, especially being raised in Southeastern Kentucky, we know better than that. Our mamas raised us better than that. Our grandmamas raised us better than that. Our great-grandmothers raised us better than that. But a lot of the cases for a lot of the girls, especially like our girls like Ty or like C. Bentley or a lot of the other ones, they are forced into doing stuff like that for either help with cases, or it's just a lot. It's a lot.
So yeah, imagine that you're in this position of power and you want to sleep with this one person that's an offender, or maybe even not, and she won't do it. Yeah, they're going to fuck with your charges until you agree to it, basically forcing you into it. I could see that happening. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have seen some shit in my life, but I don't think it's impossible at all. I see it being very plausible because they're so open about this open secret.
To deal with.
And there's other men and stuff too around here that host and do things and film, do their own, make their own movies and stuff too.
That's why I say a lot of them, the higher ups is what I call them. Especially from where I'm in a court case right now. I don't want like saying a lot of names because you never know what they could do to us, especially for retaliation. But
right,
if you know, in the county, everybody knows. They might not speak on it. They might not want to be involved in it because of the fear of retaliation, because there's so many people that has come out and spoke out about what Judge Mullens has done or other crimes that have been participated in just regards of Mullens and Mickey Stines and all this. And they go to speak out and they either end up overdosed when they're clean or you don't hear from them again. And
wow.
I get that. And for all the people.
So they would speak out and end up overdosed, or you would never hear from them again. I mean, I'm telling y'all, there's probably literal bodies out there. Love to Love said, why is the FBI not involved? I hope they are now with every fiber of my being. I really do. I hope they are.
People that have spoke up, I'm unbelievably proud of them, especially our girls like Ty. Like, I'm so proud of y'all, especially speaking out. Things like this that happen in small communities and small towns, even if we're afraid to speak up on it, we need to, because is this what we want for our next generation? Is that what we want for our kids? What we're going through, what our past people have gone through, do we want that for them? And no, I don't want that for my daughter. I don't want that for my son. I want better for them. I want an actual community that's not based on if you got money and know people and if you're willing to get on your knees or on your back. It's sickening. And I want better for them. I want better for not just my babies, for Lexi's babies, for Ty's babies, for all of them, my grandchildren one day. I want better for them all.
So the latest on this case is there was just a hearing for the sheriff. He's
I'm muted. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. So I did look up who's running Letcher County, Kentucky, and it said that there were, like, it was showing me sample ballots and who's running for the primaries and things like that. Not enough information to really go over or find out who's taken over since the judge and the sheriff are not there. But I do believe it was the DA. And again, the DA is married to the judge's wife's sister. So it's all intertwined. It's just a bunch of good old boys system. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. Yeah, bless her heart. Sheriff is trying to make bail, and that didn't happen as you could have guessed, but he's out of it, and I don't know if he saved up all his medicine and took it at once. He was. Yep, and we saw that, and that's basically the breakdown of what happened at court the other day. Okay, this is going to reference Kylee Monterio. Remember, we talked about her yesterday. This was her. She was 3 months pregnant, missing out of Massachusetts. She went to her boyfriend's house to get some of the items. Evidently, there was a physical altercation. She hadn't been heard from since. This was at the beginning of August, and the text message to her friend said, "I don't feel safe right now. Something's wrong." That was the last thing anybody heard, and they were searching the woods. And yesterday, they shared with us that they were searching the woods. Well, about 2 hours ago, it says, Rebooth police search last known area missing pregnant teen. Rebooth, Massachusetts. Rebooth police were spotted searching the area of County Street on Tuesday, where 18-year-old Kylee Monterio was last seen. Kylee Monterio was reported missing on August 7th and last seen wearing a red t-shirt, ripped blue jeans, and tan boots in the area of County Street. AB6 news crews on scene reported seeing police holding multiple evidence bags, as well as officers searching a long dirt trail in the area of County Street at 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Kylee was described as 6 feet tall, heavyset with light brown hair and blue eyes. Kylee is a graduate of Attleboro High School and was 3 months pregnant when she went missing, according to Kylie's sister. She also said Kylee had been living at a house for pregnant homeless women and went to pick up some belongings from her boyfriend's house, which was the last anyone heard of her. Rebooth police have not provided an update on the status of Monterio. We can check Facebook real quick because somebody came into chat and said that the boyfriend was arrested. If he was, I would think it's going to be on the sister's Facebook page. Hold on. Yeah, this is it. I'm not seeing anything on her Facebook saying that he's been found yet. Oh, that's pinned. This is 38 minutes. There's a vigil of hope at 7 p.m., 2 hours. Okay, so let's see what this says. Developing story. State and local police have surrounded a home on County Street in Rebooth, which is the area where the missing 18-year-old woman was last seen. Okay, so Rebooth police have charged a Rebooth man with assaulting an 18-year-old pregnant woman who was reported missing earlier this month. I'm going to try to play this video in just a second. According to Bristol County District Attorney Thomas Quinn III, Gregory Groom, 22, has been charged with aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant woman.
Into the newsroom,
Let's see.
Rehoboth man has been.
Rehoboth.
Breaking news just into the newsroom. A Rehoboth man has been charged with assault and battery in the case of a missing pregnant teenager.
The Bristol County District Attorney's Office says 22-year-old Gregory Groom is charged with assault on a pregnant person, domestic assault, and intimidation of a witness against 18-year-old Kylee Monterio for acts committed on August 6th. He's currently being held without bail and will be arraigned tomorrow morning. We'll have a live report from Rehoboth coming up tonight at 6.
All right.
A lot of news.
Stop it. So he has been charged. It says Gregory Groom, 22, has been charged with aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant woman, domestic assault and battery, and intimidation of a witness. Investigators believe Groom attacked Kylee Monterio on August 6 at a County Street home. Monterio has been missing for nearly 2 weeks. Groom is being held without bail and is slated to face a judge Wednesday morning. If I can find a news feed of that, I will go over it with you guys. 12 News spotted several police cruisers parked outside of the home on County Street on Tuesday afternoon. Officers were seen carrying large evidence bags and boxes out of the residence as canines scoured the nearby woods. The search appeared to be primarily focused on a red shed in the backyard. An excavator was also brought in, but it did not appear to have been used. There you can see screenshots where they're outside of the house we were looking at yesterday. Quinn did not make mention of whether Monterio has been located, but noted that the investigation remains ongoing. Monterio's family told 12 News she's approximately 3 months pregnant and recently graduated from Attleboro High School. Her sister confirmed Tuesday that Monterio's loved ones will be gathering at 7 p.m. Saturday near the gazebo at Redway Plain in her honor. The address is 401 Winthrop Street, which is off of Route 44. Monterio's family has also set up a GoFundMe page to raise money to help find her. I will grab that link and share it for you now with you. It says they have a $4,500 goal and they've raised $475. Let me drop that link for you guys. Hunter's Moon, I hope you're okay. Box 25 Boston as well. Okay. The bag size looked like it had a rifle in it. On the clip, yeah, it was pretty big. I'll try to pull up the other one. Okay. Currently, the money is going to be used for spreading awareness about Kylie's disappearance. The more platforms that are aware of her disappearance, the better chance we have of finding her, the GoFundMe reads. Once she is located, the remaining donations will either go directly to Kylie to help her financially while she deals with this unimaginable trauma, or for funeral arrangements if need be. The family is working on offering a reward to whoever finds her as well. Anyone with information on her whereabouts or who has surveillance footage from near where she was last seen is asked to call Rehoboth Police at 508-252-3722. And you said Box 25? Where was that comment at? Oh, I missed it. All right, let's see if we can find that. Says this GoFundMe is being created for Kylee Monterio, the missing teenager in Rehoboth. We, her family, are asking for donations to help with finding her. Currently, the money is going to be used for spreading awareness about Kylie's disappearance. The more platforms that are aware of her disappearance, the better chance we have of finding her. Once she is located, the remaining donations will be either go directly to Kylie to help her financially while she deals with this unimaginable trauma, or for funeral arrangements if need be. We are also working on offering a reward to whoever finds her. If anyone feels guided to donate or sow into this cause, that would help tremendously. Thank you for all your help in spreading awareness and for all the support our family has received so far. We will continue to keep everyone updated once we know more. If you would like to donate or help out in other ways, please contact the family directly through Facebook and they can assist. Kylie is 6 feet tall, white, has brown hair, hazel blue-brown eyes, 18 years old, 3 months pregnant at time of disappearance. Her last point of contact was very early Thursday morning, August 7th of 2025. Lastly, if anyone has information on Kylie, please contact Rehoboth Police immediately. I'm glad her boyfriend is being charged. Fox 25. Yep. Okay. If he did something to her, I'm thinking they got into some kind of altercation and something happened. Lord have mercy. Okay. So let's go here. Yeah, it talks about the assault. Let me see if they've got a video real quick. 22-year-old man has been arrested. I'm not seeing a video on it. Gregory Groom, 22, of Rehoboth, is facing charges of aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant person, domestic assault and battery, and intimidation of a witness for acts committed against 18-year-old Kylee Monterio, the Bristol County District Attorney's Office said Tuesday. But I'm not seeing another video on it. I hope that she's okay, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, which is sad. All right, we got a lot of cases going to court. And I will keep track of everything that I can and keep you up to date to the best of my ability. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate you being here as we talk about these gripping cases and go over them and discuss our thoughts, opinions, and speculations together. I really appreciate it. Hey, Content, good to see you. If nobody has told you, you are important, you are enough, you are special, and you are loved. And I will be back tomorrow, and I hopefully will see you here as well. If you guys get any information or want to email me, my email is allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com. Y'all, please stay safe out there and hug your children a little tighter. It's a crazy world out there. All right, I'm going to go cook dinner. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.